W saying, hey, Ice Frog, look, we...
No.
Yeah?
I'm being sarcastic here. So now with the Aghanim Scepter done.
That instant catch. Hex and finger. Abed's in. And mind control's out. Dragon Knight with buyback. And they're probably going to have to use it here because EG, they're forcing the issue on the tier 3. Hiroki cracks the whip onto Ice, who is dropping his neutral items right in front of their doorstep. Leaving little brown paper bags and ringing the doorbell.
They have so many stuff, like the small stuff. Hip Hop Medusa, you have Lotus Orb, you have that magic wand, you have a medallion going into Solar Trance, which is going to be finished. This just might be it. Nigma does not have enough damage. Abed's going ham.
Hey, just killed off GH. I mean, they haven't pulled back on DK, so it looks like they will just relinquish this top lane of barracks, give it to EG, while RCW and Miracle both try and outshove the other remaining lanes, getting a tier 2 for themselves. It's something. And I guess GH will also respawn in time to defend any other lanes that EG wants to push. But this is also an indication that in, 2 seconds, 1 second, yeah, Roshan is literally spawning now. And Crit, unfortunately, just missed out on that timing. So he won't spot the big man. But Evil Geniuses, they know they're ahead and they want to try and close this one out. They've got the pressure towards mid and top lane.
Abed TP's back, clears the whole creep wave. Now even a Lincoln Sphere to be able to defend himself against the potential Dragon Knight stun. This is the pretty much only thing that they can
the silence into the plane. Abed just outmaneuvers them all. RCW early battle trance. He gets in towards the Timber Saw, rips through his mana pool, but in comes the Stone Gaze. Holds control in place, and Miracle being demolished by the Death Ward. Not dead just yet, they've got a good Supernova. Can they focus the egg down? No, it's been defended by Nigma. DK buys back, and they will hold out for now, but that's a number of ultis used up by Nigma with no recall. Catch on Abed!
Oh, a bit. Perfect voice line. A bit overextending, playing far away from the team. I think this Lincoln Sphere gave him a false sense of security. They have enchant that can remove the Lincoln Sphere, and they have a Dragon Tail stun. Next, Roshan is alive, so he's shard.
45 seconds with
Aegis.
No puck, he's got no buyback.
They know he has no buyback. There's no way he's dead farm. Lincoln Sphere, Witchblade, Blink Dagger.
So potentially, this second Roshan, is it going to go to Nigma? EG don't want to hand it over for free. Ice, front line, buys time, and the stun damage in onto DK, mind control, fingered. Hey, he's gone! The dieback on the DK while Miracle has BKB going. Whirling Axe is blown out from the core wall or two, but Arteezy dropping low on that mana pool. Needs a bit of burst regen and a force staff away. Will buy a bit of time for him, but they found the target they wanted. RTW's on the Dusik, claims the life. And Arteezy, you're right, does buy back. They want to control this Roshan. Another cast Maldek. RTW's been tapped down by Ice and Fly. Gets off his battle trance though. Even with Crit stun there and Arteezy's Stone Gaze, it's going to take a long while, but Abed returns. The Prodigal Son is coming with a coil to catch 3 heroes, and Roshan for sure belongs to EG now.
That was a quick reaction there. Medusa instantly buys back, understands that they need to go inside the pit. The second Roshan is too valuable. Puck manages to come back because the fight was there for a very long time, and now Medusa needs to be picking up that Aegis. Yeah, they're gonna give it to him. He used the buyback. Crit. Man, Crit, we didn't even mention Crit because it's a standard Crit game where he just does his own things. 1-0 and 20. Didn't die a single time after a 4-staff going into Eon Disc, which seems to be one of the most popular items at the moment for a reason.
Was he involved in 75% of the kills as well?
And now,
1 out of 20. Let's see if they can hold on to this.
Yeah, it's all about that Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer actually made the difference.
Hold on to this. Miracle doing tons of
Yeah, it's all about that Mage Slayer. Mage
Slayer
actually made the difference.
Stop, is he dead? The battle trance doesn't go.
Sunray's not enough.
RTW gone, and DP.
Yeah, it's all about that Mage Slayer.
Chain Stone.
Next
up, is he dead?
Sunray's not enough.
RTW gone, and DP.
Yeah, it's all about that Mage Slayer.
But even Chain Stone are hounding. Next up, is he dead?
Sunray's not enough.
RTW gone, and now they're trying to jump in to survive. But even Chain Stone are hounding. Next up, is he dead?
Sunray's not enough.
RTW gone, and now they're trying to jump in to survive. But even Chain Stone are hounding. So far, execution-wise, just upper class as they catch out the DK and blow them up. And now this game pretty much out of contention for Team Nigma. He'll be in a 3v5 once the troll respawns, but GG is called. And Kuroki says, let's go game 2.
Yeah, a great performance from Nigma. First, let's say 15 minutes where they read the map nicely. They go inside the pit. EG was not aware of them getting the Roshan, and then LTW dies 2 times, and suddenly EG is ahead. Level 10 talent on Medusa, 15% evasion, going into early butterfly. They have no damage, like we can see. Into early butterfly, they have no damage. Like we can see that they struggle dealing the damage throughout the Medusa tankiness, the magic one, the upgraded Holy Locket, also kicking in a couple of times. Timbersaw, after like not so hot of a start in the laning stage, and like he manages to get a kill on a Dragon Knight once.
Yeah. Just
some good stuff. EG reading the map really well. They were not afraid to bring numbers early on. That 6-7 minute mid-team fight. Arteezy TPs, level 6 coming. Medusa with the Stone Gaze. Something that you don't expect to happen.
Absolutely don't. I really think that that period of the game you were mentioning with that Roshan take, right? 14 to like 17, 18 minutes. Lots of unexpected things happening with the Roshan, the high ground push. That smoke from EG, though, from mid towards bottom lane to catch RTW. I'm starting to wonder if they maybe had that plan, thinking, hey, if they're in Roshan, what's their next move? They're going to TP their carry down to the spot lane because they pushed the waves out and they made sure the map state was actually in their favor and a smoke gank cut straight across them. So real great stuff from EG there. Game 1 of this series. We can pass it back to the panel to go a little more in-depth with it.
Meow, yow. EG bringing the pepper on that one. Delicious. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Ramen Station. Fantastic cast by the one Gary B and Likos. Thank you so much for that fantastic game. Guys, what a fantastic game. I'll say it again. MVP right now. Which hero?
Not Witch Doctor.
It was Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor.
100%.
I think that was an outstanding performance from Abed.
Yep.
Played a really great game on the puck. And it was interesting because we were talking backstage and we pretty much unanimously agreed that we liked Nigma's draft.
Yep.
We thought EG were going to have a lot of problems in this one with outputting the damage. And we did see the possibility of them to be able to pull ahead if they managed to fight very well in the early mid-game, and that's exactly what they did. They found so many good moves, just the majority of them set up by Abed on the puck and Crit on the Lion, just non-stop finding the right targets. And yeah, I was really impressed. This is not at all how I imagined this game would play out. I thought even if EG got a little bit of a lead that Nigma would eventually become invincible, but they didn't get to that point. They got outplayed at every turn in the game. And maybe also not their best performance at the same time.
Yeah, I think EG was the ones who were bringing the heroes to the fights instead of Nigma bringing the heroes. In their jungle, that was 5 EG heroes at what, like the 12, 13 minute mark, where usually it's been Nigma in the enemy jungle bringing 4 or 5 heroes. EG was just showing up with the numbers and just showing up with better team fights into a gigantic team fight lineup. They were just completely outplaying and outmaneuvering Nigma. I think that bottom smoke, like Gary mentioned, was one of the biggest, that's the biggest turning point for me. Because they identified Nigma's going to split up, Troll's going to TP bottom. They took advantage of that one. And then Nigma takes a fight anyway afterwards without their Troll. And it seemed like they were just really keen on consistently trying to fight, even when they didn't have cooldowns up. They didn't have Dragon form up, they didn't have Death Prophet ult form up, they didn't have Phoenix Egg also, and they still were running into these fights. And EG's like, okay, well, we're not really that cooldown based. All we need is Coil.
Yeah, so It's something that Nigma have been doing a really good job at in general in this tournament has been fight selection. I think they dropped the ball a little bit in this game. Like, if you're playing transformation-based lineups, you have to know better than to take those fights. Even if it sucks, even if you feel like, okay, we're losing parts of the map, that is still better than forcing a fight that you have almost no chance winning. I do believe the casters were talking a little bit about this Mage Slayer, by the way. A very, very uncharacteristic item pickup coming out from ILTW this game. I think he's tempted to get it because he is playing against a lot of magic damage, and he feels like maybe if he gets just an attack in on the puck or whatever, it can make a big difference in the fight. Personally, didn't really like it. I feel like this item generally just falls very flat right now, and yeah, tough game.
I loved Arteezy's build. I think that was like the perfect build for this game.
Yep.
Manta, straight butterfly. The only thing that's going to kill you is if the troll gets on top of you. Takes the evasion talent as well. I thought that they played super nice. Super clean Dota from EG. Abed, definitely stand out, 9-1 and 15. I'm going to just say 9-0 and 15. The one death he had wasn't really his fault. It was them just full out committing onto him, getting caught off guard. Double Witchblade build, by the way, at the end. Really nice. No.
What does that do?
He owned. Honestly, Abed was the absolute standout for me. Every single time he was just catching, and he's so good at layering his abilities, is what I've noticed. Like, he silences, waits till like the absolute last second, gets the leash, and I think that jungle move that they made was the most surprising for me because they brought Arteezy with Stone Gaze. I was like, oh god, Troll might get his ult off, he might be able to turn something here. He gets stoned. Like, a lot of times I've been seeing these Medusas even skipping Stone Gaze until like level 12, something like that. Arteezy took an early point and he was joining with his team early on. Loved EG's play.
The matchup you just saw on your screen there with the Dragon Knight versus Timbersaw was also very interesting because Mind Control actually won his lane.
He did.
Dragon Knight against Timber, and it was more or less a 1v1. Kuro started down there for like half a wave, saw that, oh, Timbersaw, you skilled reactive armor? I'm just going to leave. I just go mid, I go pressure top instead. And Mind Control did very, very well there, but ultimately Timbersaw had a much, much bigger game impact. And that's maybe something that we underestimated a little bit, is how much Timbersaw can do in this game, because yes, you're playing against the Dragon Tail and the DP Silence, but apart from that, you have basically free reign in these fights to do whatever you want. And Nigma's ability to kill Timbersaw very much comes from probably killing the surrounding cast first, and they weren't able to do that. It's a Medusa who's super tanky and elusive puck, and yeah, they couldn't lock down and kill targets the way they wanted to.
And these kill scores kind of tell the story of it for me. Death Prophet, 1-6-1. That's 2 kill involvement on a Death Prophet. Like, EG knew exactly how to target prioritize, and they executed super well. And I do want to give, we were kind of hating the Witch Doctor a little jokingly backstage, of course, but Witch Doctor owned. Like, I think Fly played really well.
He played great that game.
Yeah.
Everything worked out very well.
Item decisions were pretty good all around. When Puck, I mean, you're a 9-1 Puck, and then you say to yourself, guys, we need Lincolns, and then he just gets it. I mean, that's a hell of a move there, making sure that you can never get picked off, never die. Impressive stuff. Man, I gotta say, I gotta take a moment out of here from the hardcore analysts. Analyzing. And I just want to say, it is so good to have international lands back again. God, I mean, you got something like a Witch Doctor countering Enchantress, which has been happening to the NA DPC this whole time. One of NA's best going up against one of EU's best, and just seeing this mixture of ideas, it just feels good to be back, baby.
Yeah, we were contemplating, because I know, like, even I think on the draft panel too, they were saying, Mirana, let's see LGD, Spirit Vessel Buyer, but their approach was, we don't need a Spirit Vessel Buyer. We have such brute force amount of damage that comes out because of Timber. Sure, we're playing versus a DK, a Phoenix, and a Death Prophet, but they will just kill them through it, because Timbersaw deals so much damage, Puck has such a good game, and yeah, that was kind of it for me.
That was the most surprising thing about this game, is that I feel like EG's required execution was really, really high, right? Like, I still stand by what we said backstage about this with the Witch Doctor versus Mirana, that if you don't get a Vessel in this game and you don't perform like this could have looked so different. And in the same exact timings in the game that EG were winning, if they don't perform to that degree, to that level, and build all this more damage they did early, we could have just been in this post-game and been like, man, EG had no damage. And instead we're sitting here, we're like, EG had so much damage.
Because of super clever moves, right?
Yeah,
we saw Nigma was hitting high ground at that was 14 minutes. They were nearly taking a tier 3, and then EG doesn't panic. They don't go to try to push their lanes out. They send Manta Illusions from Dusa, smoke across the map, catch Nigma out of position, and break the whole Nigma lineup from looking decent at all. It makes it look like they have no catch, no way to actually take fights, because GH's egg dies in 4 or 5 hits from just a solo puck.
Who do you think is going to be winning the next one? Because Nigma, that's a hard loss. They seemed like they had a pretty good draft. Things started getting a little wild for them. EG did their normal lane domination. But Nigma is very, very, advanced. do you think that that's going to affect them? This is an elimination match. EU is literally huffing copium right now, saying that there's no way that EU is out of the major, and there's definitely no way that NA is knocking out EU out of the major, no bias. But do you think that they're going to be able to come back for the next game before even seeing the draft?
I hope so.
You hope so?
I do. I just want to see some super clean Dota from both sides. I think Nigma definitely showed one of their weaker team fight performances.
Yes.
Because they just were split up. Like multiple times they just got picked. They got completely outplayed from EG with the movements. They weren't grouped up for these team fights. Like how many fights did we see where it was like 4 heroes fighting and ILTW on the other side of the map? It was like 3 in a row that EG caught.
I think that's the most concerning thing about that game, because I was going to say Nigma's series yesterday against PSG LGD, they also kind of got trounced in game 1 and then bounced back in game 2.
Yep.
But I feel like the nature of how they lost was different. In that first LGD game, I think it was very strategical, the way they lost. Like, LGD's draft was really smart. They put great lanes and built a good advantage in that game. This time around, I feel like Nigma got a lot of the strategy they really wanted, and they probably go backstage now and don't feel like they got outpicked.
Yeah.
So if they get out-executed this hard, you can't really compensate for that unless you flat out very outdraft EG in the next game, so you have to play better. And if they're just not in shape today, they're going to get 2-0 in the next game.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's hard. Hard to know when to compensate for something that you're missing. But, Fogg, I know you're not compensating for anything, brother. You are always just so in there all the time.
Well, I've got a full head of hair, so.
Funny little...
Sorry, guys.
Little
What's that supposed to be?
son of a... Yes, you do.
Got a wig on.
Yeah, I do have a wig on. Thank you. I appreciate you if you don't judge me at my Catboy ramen stand.
So
Okay,
sorry.
this is the only
You set
way.
me up. I don't know.
I don't know where you.
I don't know where you wanted me to go with this.
This is the only way I can make money is with the wig at the Catboy ramen stand. Surprisingly, not a lot of people come by. They see this, but what can you do? At any rate, a very serious game coming up here. So let's get all the joy and laughter out of here.
Yep.
Let's get real buttoned down because Nigma is a very big fan favorite. I mean, Kuro himself has to fight off against Fly. These are two mega captains right now. These are geniuses when it comes to Dota 2. So do you think we'll see anything a little bit crazy? Huh?
I think
Kontol, please?
I don't think the Kontol. I loved it. Like the EG's first 2 bans were super nice for me. I don't know. I don't think EG will change anything. I'm wondering if maybe we see Nigma go back. Maybe they do stray away from the DK a little bit. Maybe they target the Timbersaw, and maybe they go for Mars. It's left in the pool, right? And that was their other 100% win rate hero throughout the whole group stages. It's kind of been forgotten, neglected because DK just became so popular. So maybe they switch it up a little bit and go for that for MC, perhaps.
There was one more hero in that draft that was untouched, which was kind of surprising. Nobody touched AA in this draft. It's been like a very, very popular pick because of the meta with all this healing, with all these tanky heroes, but neither team seemed to need it in that game. I think it's very telling that Fly chose to go for the Witch Doctor over AA in this game. It means he put so much emphasis on shutting down that Ench in the first 5 minutes to choose that over getting Ice Blast, which would have been incredible in that game as well. So
That's interesting. AA has been in literally every game with one of the highest win rates.
It's picked or banned like every single... In some games, it's like every single time in the first 2 even.
Enough! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to go on, get ready for our next game. It's about time for us to get into the panel. The players are getting ready. The teams are getting set. And you are about to see what could be Enigma's last ride. Go!
Hello, fellow humans. Sunsfan here. With Lizard and T. Governor EG win Game 1 quite convincingly because of the Purple Man Witch Doctor himself. Fogged was too embarrassed to admit that not only was he wrong, but he was horribly biased as well.
Terribly biased. Yeah, this was an outstanding Witch Doctor game, and it's why NA reigns supreme. Because they're one of the only regions playing.
Hell, we're EU biased here.
He paid me to say it. He told me to. I'm sorry. Look at him.
Look, me and you, we're EU boys.
Nigma's gonna bounce back. They're gonna fight up against EG. They're not gonna allow some Witch Doctor, some Purple Man to rain havoc over them. this is going to be a much better game, hopefully, because that was a pretty one-sided affair.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a bit of time to fill, and I did want to talk about this last time, but
Which doctor?
no, it's not Dota related at all, actually, which is quite on
refreshing.
brand with me, I suppose. So, like we talked about, we haven't really been on panel together. We haven't really hung out too much on the show, at least. And then when we're in the green room, everyone just is dead silent.
Ignores
It's actually
each
kinda
other.
scary.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to know, and you probably have already talked about this, but I haven't heard it because I don't watch any of your guys' content because I'm
Of
NA,
course.
right?
Yeah,
Obviously.
sure.
No,
Just
I
different time zones
I
and
actually
whatnot.
don't know who you are.
Yeah, that's
We actually
perfectly
just
fine.
don't make content.
I mean,
so-
I haven't been around for a while, but I want to know the origins of your screen names. Even if it's the most uninteresting thing. 'Cause
Okay.
T-Governor, Lizard. Why?
Come on, T Governor.
So
What do you got?
I initially, so obviously being British, I like tea. Initially, I was called Cup of Tea.
Cup of tea?
Like cuppa, like British
Cup of
phrasing, yeah.
Okay.
But I was like very low MMR back when I first started, of course, like everyone. And a Russian, like a caster was casting one of my games in like a lobby, and he was calling me Kapati. And I was like, wow, that's horrendous. So I decided to rebrand back when I was very low MMR. And Governor is like the boss man, so I'm the boss man of tea.
Okay, so you just actually like tea a lot.
I prefer.
He is drinking tea in the
disgust- yes.
backstage all the time.
Oh, okay. I mean, my name is just as uninteresting if I'm being honest.
Correct.
But
Hi.
yeah, high five. Okay. All right, so what's your favorite tea then, Tea Governor?
It's a breakfast tea, splash of milk, splash of sugar, and off you go.
Milk?
I can't say the
Production
brand.
is saying
but
that you drink coffee all the time.
actually, I
And you're
haven't.
a liar.
For the
and
last
they're
month.
going to fire you for lying
No.
on...
No, I
You know
actually
what?
saw him. In
I
his
can-
defense, I saw him drink tea.
Uh-oh.
Bring it.
He's already... Okay.
Okay, show what's
Is
in the
this
cup.
supposed to... Okay, let's
Show
take
it
a
to the
sniff here.
camera.
It's actually... It smells like juice.
it's
How much
actually
sugar is in
it's
it?
it's actually
Is that American tea?
it's a herbal tea.
Oh,
with,
I see.
yes.
Okay. I mean, Lizard, do you like tea?
I
I find
personally,
tea
sometimes
very...
I enjoy tea, but mostly coffee.
Again,
Yeah,
people
I'm
either
more
love
of
or hate
a-
me. That's the issue.
I feel like if you put enough honey and sugar in anything, it'll be good, and that's what I think of tea. Tea is like just... It's like bad water.
I agree until I went to Singapore for the major and they gave us, so we couldn't leave the hotel, right? I couldn't bring anything back home. So the only thing that I was doing is every day to bring something to my family, right, from Singapore. I never was there before. I was telling the hotel service to bring me more tea because I drank it all, but I was just stashing it.
Oh,
You're one of
one
those
of
boys.
those.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
But tea
wow.
is actually phenomenal. Like that tea is actually really, really
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Have
So
you ever-
what's the origin of your name as the draft is about to get started?
I was 12. I liked lizards.
You
was
have
12.
a pet lizard?
I didn't, but I was 12 and I thought they were cool.
Do you still think they're cool?
No,
But you've kept the name.
you have to stay true, man. What can I
Yeah,
say?
exactly.
Who would I be if I changed nickname right now?
That's
Muscle
true.
man.
You could be Muscle Man if you want.
Nah.
All right, we have the draft starting. This is, of course, game 2. In case you're
Remember?
just joining us, this was not
doubt it.
a TV show, not related to Dota whatsoever. It was just us getting to know each other better. But now, with EG getting this one-game advantage already, again, loser of this series is out, and winner plays the winner of the following series. So, it's going to be pretty hype.
Pretty hyped that they ban out Invoker and TA instantly on the side of EG. Meanwhile, Team Nigma with the... On EG, they ban out these cool heroes, right? These heroes that are actually... They take some skill to play. Meanwhile, Nigma is like, we don't want to play against Bloody Brood and this venomous, poisonous nuisance.
So,
of Viper.
just looking at the past draft, the TA was banned in the second phase last time by EG,
Yep.
which leaves the Luna as the only difference right now being open, right?
Which means that Timber is a little bit more difficult to pick up for EG. So they open up with the Lion, and they're asking Nigma, will you go for Ench plus DK again, or will you maybe first phase the Luna, but then we can first phase the TB even. So it's...
And before we get too deep
Or
into
needs to
this
drop.
draft, like we need to make this very clear that this game, if Nigma are to lose, they of course cannot get their automatic invite to TI, which means Thunder Predator will get the invitation.
South American fans right now,
Yes.
God.
very invested in this NA.
Oh!
Okay.
Hello, Clockwork. Long
Huh.
time no see.
Wow. Okay.
Yep, it's a good combo. You have a hero that can get on top of Lion. You have a hero that can protect the Phoenix. But yeah, we don't really see Clock a lot.
Does EG just go Timbersaw again though?
Yeah, why
Because it's
wouldn't
like the way in which you're picking Clock Phoenix here. Of course, Phoenix could still, you know, 4 or 5 is very up in the end to the very end, but yeah, I think just Timbersaw
think
still
there's
has a pretty good time.
Disadvantage to picking both supports right off the bat? Kind of, you know, you kind of have an idea of what the lanes are going to look like for the most part?
If there was a huge disadvantage, they wouldn't be doing it, right? There is, like, you could argue, okay, you're showing your supports, but you have ways of playing around that.
Oh. All right.
Yeah. Abed with the
Abed. And this is what they did in the first major. They would pick Abed Hero. Yeah, whether it be Storm or Puck, one of the
Puck,
two, literally every
single
time in the first phase. And it
You
wouldn't
mentioned
matter.
the idea of weaknesses though, and this is kind of one of the consequences of double support picks. It gives you kind of a free core pick, right? Like if you know Clock and Phoenix are the support duo, like this isn't going to ever punish mid lane if there's a bit of ability, and that's why EG with confidence simplifies their draft by picking the Puck, because now they don't have to hold it later. They just, you know, can get into the second phase.
banning out the TA in the first phase, banning out the Dragonite in the second phase makes Puck's lane
And the Tiny.
very easy, and the Tiny as well, exactly. Which still leaves the Death Prophet in for Nigma if they want to go for that route again.
Yeah, for EG right now, their final ban is probably a toss-up between like Void Spirit or the Death Prophet, depending on what kind of the idea of their cause will be. Because if they're not going to be able to protect their backlines, then maybe a Void Spirit would be a better ban.
Yeah, and they already won with versus the Death Prophet.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
maybe Void Spirit is. But Void Spirit is dead. Like that hero hasn't been picked.
That is true. But before we started the wildcard, I believe there was a game where Miracle played against GH, and he was like 40-2 or 40-0 in a pub on Void Spirit. So there is maybe an inkling that even though it's not in the pro
I
scene-
cast a couple Void Spirit, not from these two teams,
Yeah.
but yeah, it hasn't really looked that
No, it's
great.
not really taken off like these other mid lanes for sure.
Okay, this is kind of a crazy thought, but I'll bring it up just because I've watched so much EG in the past. And again, the first major, they would literally pick the first two heroes as Abed, and they wouldn't flex it at all, but they started flexing a little bit more. I have technically seen Puck offlane with Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, it has been played, and you can do that still. But when you have a player such as Abed in your team, it feels bad taking away that Puck from him. Even if the game is bad for him, he still makes the hero just shine, makes him look very good.
Yeah, he seems to just win the lanes anyway somehow.
Also,
Puck is just a strong hero at the moment. There aren't many counters.
Ice has also been playing a lot more of these like nuisance heroes from the offlane, where he has earlier timings to just kind of run at your opponent, be it the Viper, the Timber, a Pango. So
Well, he won't have the Viper, he won't have the Timber,
exactly.
as they're banned out.
What's next?
Yeah. Mars is still in the pool, and it's crazy that these two teams are stepping completely away from Mars. That's been
Yeah.
so contested. Dragonite has been banned out by EG,
there's
so
the
they
Mars.
can't go for that. And you go
There
for
we go.
Mars, yeah.
I mean,
No,
we were looking for this last game too, and like you said, they just completely ignored it.
I wouldn't mind Mirana again for EG. Like last game they didn't pick it, but crit Mirana, and you put the Lion on 5, then you would have crit Mirana versus the Clockwork versus the Phoenix. Another hero that Clockwork doesn't really pressure at all, and you have a solution for the egg later on. Snap also is an option perhaps.
These voice lines.
I would sure pay $30 for them.
Which one's your favorite?
I'm really partial to the 4 Zoomers pack.
No,
Oh, I wonder
video-
why.
They got to voice act that is a true genius.
Yeah, I agree. I was happy
Alright,
you gave
so
him the
it's gonna
shout.
be a crit Tusk, probably.
Yeah, it should be. And they instantly go into the
Oh, this is a
Fury.
whoa.
Nice.
Okay.
Like, okay, so you mentioned Fury on the first panel, and Arteezy, when he played up against TNC yesterday, it was one of the best Furion games in regards to GPM. He had the highest GPM on any Furion player. It was 934. Second place was like 920. And he also had the most kills and assists without dying, which was 26. Second before that was only 22. So yeah.
I don't mind this Furion at all, because teams are literally doing what Thunder Predator, what Neon Esports were doing in Singapore Major. That's played a super high tempo kind of game style, with Prophet being 1 or Leshrac being 3 with Prophet 1 plus Viper. You have this 3 core that's constantly able to fight. But Nature's Prophet mostly worked when he had a decent hero-to-hero matchup versus the enemy position 1-2. I'm not so sure that he's as strong versus Morphling as he is versus a Luna. Luna, yeah, you win versus her later on. Your stat gains and the items that you build, you can win that matchup. This is a little bit more difficult, so you have to resort to the Lion and the Puck to actually deal with the Morphling.
Yeah, the main thing here is EG is emulating the game that they played up against TNC in the first game. The stats that I mentioned, these high figures of GPM and kills and assists, that was against a Morphling and a Mars. It was the idea that these heroes, like Nigma's lineup, if you kind of accelerate the game to 20 minutes, they are very scary. But early on, their ability to rotate and kind of cover each other and make these moves, that's what Furion thrives in. Like, one wasted TP, he's on the other side of the map, it's just way too much to deal with.
He also thrives in killing the egg.
Yes.
Because of the natural item build that you go for. You get that BKB AC, and you're always, or Maelstrom, whatever, usually it's the AC later on, right? With perhaps a Witchblade. You're always a threat to the egg, so you can't be necessarily very free to where you're going to use it.
It is cool to see EG kind of stepping outside of what the usual Arteezy. I think of an Arteezy here. It's Medusa, Terrorblade. You're killing the triangle. You're farming a lot. He's been so much more active, even on those heroes. But I don't even think they picked Nature's Prof in the NADPC, if I'm not mistaken. Just off of memory alone.
I think I didn't see one as well in NA.
It's the kind of the SA effect at this major. You know, where no ping picked it, then suddenly NA is now picking it.
They played the same style in the last major too. Not every single game, but they had a lot of games. Even in the grand finals, when you think about it, they had a couple of games where they played the Razor on the carry, and then they just spread out the farm among the 3 cores.
I love this respect band from Nigma with the Lycan. Again, like Ice hasn't really played it at the major so far, and hasn't played it really recently, but it's just the fact that when you have a Furion carry, and they've really understood that, oh wow, we are going to be outpaced right now, we need to pick like a mid lane that can at least wave clear to survive for our Morphling. If you imagine you pick an Ice off lane Lycan as well, that is going to be so much kind of run at you style.
Yeah, Doom Band would be just as nice.
Tide Hunter.
Round out with Tide.
Right.
This does give a free lane to the Morphling. Morphling will have a very good time here. Morphling's actually favored in this matchup, but EG is picking less for laning phase, which is uncharacteristic, and focusing more on the fact that when they get to like 15 minutes, they want to group up together and just run over their opponent.
Do you think there's any way that EG wants to try to put Nature's Prophet against Morphling?
They have done laning setups before, so potentially, yeah, it could just be like a...
They have very, very smart ways of dealing with the lanes, right? If the laning stage is not really preferable for them, they can switch things up. They don't shy away from tri-lanes. When you have a Tusk and the Lion, you can definitely do that.
There should just be a tri-lane, yeah, shouldn't it? Just Tide v Mars solo top, and then you force that aggro tri-lane.
Do it again, exactly.
Yeah.
The question is, what does Nigma pick here? Is it on offlane? Is it mid? I believe it should be a mid lane versus the Puck, but Mars actually does extremely well versus Puck. He's been drafted a couple of times exactly because of that on the mid lane. But I'd rather see something more flashy on Miracle.
The $1 million green color?
There's still, what? The Storm Spirit, the Ember Spirit, the Void Spirit that we talked about. The Death Prophet is still in the pool. Death Prophet perhaps would be nice. A bit difficult versus
they could also
Tusk
just
and
put
Prophet though.
the Morphling onto mid, and then they pick up a carry. Because then Morphling just chills and farms against the Puck, and then you have like a way to fight into this potential tri-lane that we're mentioning. You see that from EG's ban as well, they do ban out an
just
Earth.
chilling.
Yeah.
He's taking his time, talking, discussing a little bit. Zipping his belt, lol.
And of course, this pick extremely important, as if, I mean, Nigma, if they lose this game, they're out. And like you said, they don't qualify for TI, so they have to go through the, whatever the hell qualifications they're gonna have.
Yes.
So you're saying that they're just saving their time, appreciating their time.
Savoring the moment.
Savoring the moment, yeah.
That's right. Just like T Governor savors his tea every day of his life.
Don't forget to make a cuppa. Very good.
Yeah. I do like the idea that it is a bit of a flex Mars here. Like, you don't know exactly, because Miracle has played Mars and been successul with it.
They go with the Ember, yeah. So just something flashier, right? And something that allows you to catch this Prophet before the BKB, something that...
it's a Miracle Morph, actually.
Can play make. Oh, it's a Miracle Morph. So you'll be laning this into... the Tide Hunter?
Potentially, like we mentioned the idea of the laning.
Or the tri-lane even.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if I like either one of these scenarios.
The key thing for both teams is how do they enter the game? Like, are they smoking out for this early vision, understand the laning setups? EG is a team that thrives on always getting what they want. Right now, some type of Mars versus Tidehunter lane would be good with a tri-lane, and can Nigma dodge that to try and optimize their farm? Because Nigma, once again, it's about survival. It's about not getting just run over and kind of outmaneuvered, because EG was playing very crisp in that first game. Smokes and just general map movement was, world class.
Yeah, Nigma have that Mars Arena Phoenix egg combo. Kuroki on the Clockwork can create space with the cogs. It's going to be pretty annoying. Who do you guys got? Predictions?
If they have enough luck, I'll go with Nigma. As we've heard yesterday from TI winners, you need to have some luck.
Okay.
I would like to see Nigma do a little bit better, so I'm going to go Nigma.
That's a very good analysis. Thank you. I guess I was going to go Nigma, but since you guys both went for them, I'll go for EG to make sure that we're not truly biased. But let's see again what our casters have to say. Mr. Lacoste and Gareth.
Hello there, Suns fan. How are you doing? Yeah, here we are, as we've got Nigma's Tournament Lives on the line, TI Direct Invite Life on the line, and Evil Genius is looking real hot this draft, no different, right? And I think we saw the players considering whether or not they want to do that tri-lane. Isocide's giving a nice little, yeah, sure, of course I can.
Yeah, I think that's what he asking. Like, do you want to go solo? We do a tri-lane with the Tusk, something that EG has done during the Singapore Major quite a lot. Like I talked before this series, to Fogged and Cinderin, we were like, why is Tusk not picked? I still feel the hero's really good, and here he is. I feel like this hero's underpicked. What he does, you have a block ability, you have a snowball save, you have like anti-tank built in, you have roach taking potential, BKB piercing abilities, so many stuff that like it's just there. It's built into the hero. Why not use it?
Yeah, well, I think when you think about hero kind of toolkits and the abilities in the game, Oracle has a lot of them, right? With his disarm, his heals, his dispels, and catch and stuff like that. Tusk is very similar in that regard, with a lot of spells in his arsenal that do many different things. You mentioned the snowball save against like Clockwork Cogs, Mars Arena, and also the ability to gap close onto people like the Ember Spirit or the Morphling, who could, under normal circumstances, be a little bit slippery.
Yeah, no matter where this Tidehunter goes, he is going to have a good time. There is not a single ability in this game that he's afraid of, so we'll be able to get the Ravage off in the team fights. They cannot take it down from 100 to 0. You build that hood, you become so tanky early on, and then you can play with the Ravage.
Nice little bit of split screen there. Body blocks coming out of the Morphling and that puck. And we did see, of course, the bit of a change up at the end of the draft. Some of us expecting maybe the Mars to go mid, maybe that Miracle would be grabbing up the Ember Spirit, but in the end, it is Miracle Morphling on that mid lane up against Abed's puck. How does this one usually go? Just farm trade until level 6,
then we see? It's a very skilled matchup. Morphling needs to be careful. If you like misuse your shift once, Puck could potentially surprise you with the Banning Rift. If you're close to the AoE, Puck this time around, starting with 4 branches, will be able to eat 1 and maybe even 2 if necessary, but a lot of early stats, and we see crit. Like this is a super strong combo. You have extra summons with the tag team, a lot of harassment coming out already. I want to see what the build on Tusk is going to be this time around. To go back one more time to Singapore Major, he was always building drums.
Oh yeah.
Not the item that is popular these days, but something that Tusk has been doing, especially crit.
I think in SA we saw a fair amount of Tusk picked up, and there's lots of different builds. There's like the Phase Boots Falcon Blade Blink build. We saw the Tranquils drums, little bits and bobs here and there.
It's too many items if you go for like Orb into like Falcon Blade. It's too much mana. It delays your Blink Dagger. You might get one of those. Our observer pointed out that Rocket Flare is available on Clockwork. Been able to secure the range creep, harass them quite a bit, and now with the chains, this should potentially be a kill.
He's got Anchor Smash.
There's a full creep wave. Getting close to Ring of Health. I mean, close. You need still like 6-7 CS, but once you get that, and also Fly needs to bring some extra region. We see more and more where like position 5s are playing from the offlane. Miracle dropping low.
Oh, gets the water rune. I mean, Abed was toying with him a little bit there. He orbed to the top, waited for his bottle to come in so he can refill it with the rune, even trying to sneak a second one. But Miracle, a step ahead, still taking a lot of chip damage. In the meanwhile, though, CS-wise, between the two of them, very even. There's only one last hit between them. 8-3 versus 7-3. Well, across the board, Evil Geniuses feels like they're having a more comfortable time in these lanes, just getting farm, getting CS. They will be expending a fair amount on salves and regen to keep them in the lanes, because there's, like we see from LTW, a lot of chip damage, that harassment comes through little by little over time.
I mentioned that a lot of 5 Lions are playing the off lane, because you want to ruin the enemy safe lane. You feel stronger than some position 4s, and also like the mana drain, and also ability to keep the distance, stun the Clockwork. I think that's the big one.
Ice. He turns with the gush and the anchor smashing
but
fly.
13-1 charges KuroKy is more than fine, has a healing self to work with.
Even had a fairy fire too.
Yeah, he becomes so tanky. Clockwork, one of the heroes that has a lot of strength gain per level, 3.5.
That's huge. It does become a tanky monster. And Ice trying to regen slowly there. Miracle still dead even in the mid lane, and again, if there's been no kills by this point, it seems like it'll be unlikely in the next couple of minutes until they do hit level 6 on the puck. Might see some rotations into one of these side lanes as GH dragging the treants away from that top lane. Mind Control Mars 12-3, not struggling too much. Everyone having a pretty calm laning stage, but Ice might turn from calm to panic as quickly as this. Chains and Battery Assault, he tries to move back towards the creep wave as Mind Control actually gets first blood on Arteezy in another side lane. 2 kills come out for Team Nigma.
As I said, it went from calm into panic again, and then he dies. Or more like calm into panic into calm. You become calm. Once you die, you TP full HP, full mana to the lane. 2 good kills on the side lanes from Nigma. Mid lane, Miracle doing well. Same amount of CS as a Puck. Right now has a magic one, has a fairy fire, so you can always toy with it.
I'm glad you know your memes, Lacoste.
I know, yeah.
Another dive up top. MC, he doesn't have anything else to give, but Crit going to get forced out of that lane. And Evil Geniuses have gone from a situation where they were the ones levying their position, pressing forward with tag team and the right clicks of Prophet, to now being on the back foot as Nigma hit their levels and get some aggression of their own. A nice little small camp stacked up there. Puck, of course, one of the better heroes to clear it out with the Orb Waning Rift. I feel like that small camp, it's less about the gold and more just about experience, like hitting level 6 faster, being able to rotate and move across the map.
Yeah, something that can make the difference. You kill 1, maybe 2 small camps, you get the extra level 6, you have the advantage.
Well, GH baiting Crit in a little bit, still holding dive, throws out some Fire Spirits, and Mind Control with a Bulwark. Pretty tanky and strong, stands its ground against the Prophet, while LTW taking some hits from the big man. What's the Tide holding there? What's his weapon? Is that a boat?
What is that?
What is that? It's like a seashell on the end of a stick.
It is a seashell.
It's a mace. Tide Hunter's mace made up of a seashell. You've got some big spikes on it, too.
You're a marine biologist, Gary.
That looks like a
you
conch.
know all that stuff.
Arbed grabs up the regeneration rune. Nigma couldn't get KuroKy there in time, and Bounty Rune also going to get snagged by Fly. Still getting himself in these sneaky spots, though, scouting out the stacks. KuroKy knows what one of the later moves for EG is going to be, is clear out these stacks with a Prophet or even the Tide Hunter. And he'll keep Fly away from the bottom lane as well to keep that 1v1 between Ice and ILTW. And even though it's melee versus melee, it's still all right for this Ember Spirit, right? He's got Flame Guard,
2 points in Flame Guard, they cannot remove it. Tide Hunter does not have enough magic damage. It's 110 level 1, so you can remove level 1 Flame Guard, but level 2, it's just not enough. Good blocks.
Yeah, some good shards. Even better Spear, though. Focuses the Prophet, knowing that the Tusk couldn't do the last remaining bits of damage. And Fly again, embroiled in this extended little party with KuroKy. Just chasing him around. The Lion has to move into mid lane now.
Abed has regeneration. KuroKy was trying to scout things out. Are there any stacks? There is 1 big camp stacked and 1 ancient camp.
Yeah, time to build up a couple more of those. 2 camps stacked by GH over in that Radiant Triangle. And so far, he's not been forced to dive, and he just dies. Are you okay indeed? Looked like he wanted to launch out that last Fire Spirit. Unexpected move there from Arteezy, popping out the treants.
This is America's classics. South America, North America, safe lane, Nature's Prophet. Once you hit that level 6, there's so much more kill potential on the mid lane, on the side lane where you're playing, and the build pretty much always is the same. That Witchblade that gives you tankiness. It's the old Blade Mail build-up. You get Chainmail, you get Robe of Magi, and then like Blitz Knuckles. It's so much value coming out from the item. It's an easy build-up. One of the reasons why it's so popular.
Yeah, and honestly, Nature's Prophet, his talent tree and his stat game.
Yes,
like his stat game
exactly.
is ridiculous with his strength and agility, right?
Yeah, he gets 2.6 strength per level, agi 3.6, and 3.7 intelligence. So a lot of damage, a lot of armor, a lot of attack speed.
Then his
decent
talents.
amount of tankiness, and talents are like one of the best ones in the game.
Yeah.
You get 20 damage, you get attack speed, you get armor,
and cooldown
CDR.
reduction.
Yeah, if you have a lot of clickables, and then no.
The Ravage bottom. Ice moves on to RTW, and they pair it up with the Coil. Arbet blows up the Ember Spirit, and it looks like GH has also made his move down here.
GH needs to be careful. If he
He's
gets
going to have
hexed,
to dive.
he dies.
And he does come back a little bit, loops back towards Ice, and now the strength of the Prophet. In comes Arteezy. TP's in, and they
tower. I don't think they defend this tower. There's still double damage for another 15-ish seconds on Abed. They have the Treants. They can scout things out. And on the top lane, you only have Mars, who does not put pressure on the tower. If they want to make a rotation, they should try to get something done, possibly on the mid lane, but this tower is dead.
I try and chip away at that mid tower, but you're right. Bringing numbers down bottom. What was it, like a 3v2 to begin with, then a 4v1. As Arteezy.
Then 4
clears it
against
up.
0.
Yeah.
So this opens up the bottom part of the map.
That's so good for the Prophet, right? Because he can scout and push bot lane without actually showing himself. I think AUI has been calling it ghost pushing. The heroes nearby, shoving the wave, but not actually being open to threat or kill threat while he farms jungle camps nearby. So you accelerate even faster as this Arteezy Prophet.
And when you lose that tier 1 tower on the bottom, it also opens up the map for enemy, which means you don't feel secure playing that part of the map.
Yeah.
So you know that they're most likely going to be in a triangle. So if they want to use another smoke, they should go in with another coil and possibly invade a triangle. Abed right now just farming up the stacks very efficiently. Misses the small camp, actually. Didn't time it correctly, but
It's fine.
It's all good. Has a keen optic, a bit more mana regen.
And yeah, that point you make about the bottom lane being unsafe, it's even more so. Like in a normal game, you feel unsafe. But against a Parker Prophet, even this snowballing Tusk, showing on that bot wave as RTW, you need defensive remnants, and you need to be very wary of your positioning. As Nigma decide to go for their mid lane play, as we've seen in a number of their games. 10 minutes in.
Oh, Lion just collecting XP, wants to get level 6, and he gets it immediately.
Yeah,
Finger available.
Arena Spear on crit, the snowball is going to delay his death, and he might survive off the back of it because they've got the turnaround leash. Catching out the Miracle Maul flank, crit still alive as MC. God tributes him down at long last, but the Finger of Death and the jump in. Ice going forward, but Arbed and Arteezy clear through the Supernova while Mind Control getting picked off in the back by Arbed. Puck comes out with a double kill. They only lose their Tusk. As that mid-tier 1 tower, the real position for Nigma moving towards it, but still alive.
Yeah, that was such a nice play from Fly. Tusk was staying out of XP range because he understood how much XP he needs to get to level 6, and 3 creeps dies. He gets the finger on Mars. Unfortunately, does not get damage. They don't kill him fast enough. And with the catapult and some treants, they start putting some decent amount of damage on a tier 1 tower on the mid lane. Also keeping their mid tower alive, keeping their safe lane tower alive. Ravage is available, so they might fully commit to this fight.
Yeah, it's getting really spooky for Nigma because this EG lineup is ramping up so quickly. They got the bot tower, they move into mid, they've got Ravage ready, I think, as the Observer was pointing out. Didn't have to use it in that previous fight either.
Yeah,
so
it's hard to use ability when it's on cooldown.
That is true. And he's just planting his body in that mid lane. How much of this is the fact, I think T-Governor was saying that Nigma need to get to like 20 minutes to really have their draft blossom into this actual proper fighting style with, of course, the RTW Ember and Miracle Morphling needing that time to get to their first items.
Can buy a lot of time if you don't get blown up. If you don't get jump, hexed, silent, so you die instantly. But if you get the shift off, you give yourself enough time to be able to bring your teammates around you and make a turnaround play. So yeah, I'm really not understanding too much why there's no Tusk. Maybe I'm a big fan of the hero. I also like when one of the guys said that I sound like him. But, you know, it's big.
Who said that?
It was just some guy tweeting at me. Was very angry, like, why do I sound like Tusk? So yeah, it's a save inside the snowball. You don't like to play into root mechanics. Need to be careful about the searing chains. Other than that, you should be okay.
Can you do a Tusk accent? Voice line?
I don't know.
I think
my brain's not working. I will have to, you know,
listen to it first.
Listen to it first.
I think every time I try, I end up sounding like it's me, a Mario. I can't do Tusk properly.
No. I'll leave it to professionals.
Like Slacks. Oh, they set up.
Exactly.
Beautiful catch. Stun into Hex, the coil on top. RTW down to half HP. The backup's coming from Nigma, the 2 TPs. Phoenix and Mars arriving on the scene of the crime. And Kuroki, he's got Battery Assault and the 2-man cogs. Beautiful setup, catching out the line, and a Got Rebuke on Arteezy. He's trying to TP, but the hook shot cancels it. Arteezy down, and Nigma. The response there onto the death of RTW pays off big time.
They punish. Nigma brings the numbers this time around and are able to turn things. Nature's Prophet going for Maelstrom. I would maybe love if that's a BKB. He can still swap things around, keep this Javelin, and buy a Mithril Hammer. So if the next fight goes well, if he thinks he can buy a full BKB after Maelstrom, that's fine. Or can we just keep the Javelin? Because he needs to be able to protect himself.
Man, that 2 hero cogs. Maybe EG could have split a little bit of that, but no delta movement from Evil Geniuses, getting caught both inside the trap designed by Kuroki. And EG still considering that mid-tier 1 push. Always an option, of course, with the Tide understanding his ground. Good spike from Fly. Jump into the cogs, and this time he's outnumbered. Clockwork surrounded by 4 members of EG. Some vengeance.
What EG's lineup is really good at is taking Roche. If they survive with 5 heroes after they take one good fight, oh, Miracle. Let's see, tag team, damage.
Very tanky, but I mean, there's 5 heroes there. You can be as tanky as you like, but if you're in a 1 versus 5, outnumbered like that, Evil Geniuses will take a fight any day of the week in that scenario.
If Ravage is online now with the tier 1 tower gone, they take another fight at the top part of the map, they can instantly transition that into Roche. They have enough sustain, Treants can block the damage, a minus armor from Gush, and most importantly tag team. Same item build on crit one more time once he's playing that Tusk, going into Drums. Drums is 8 charges, so every single time he's on the map, if he needs to do something, he will pop it straight away.
Just use those drums up. I mean, also, very good discipline from EG in that fight, right? You mentioned the Ravage, but also the finger being held as the Martyr from Nigma destroys Abed. And GH diving towards crit. They don't land the hook shot. Supernova there, going to zone back Ice, flying crit. Both trying to hold back these aggressive Nigma heroes, and Miracle into punk mode. Jaunting forward, Adaptive Strike gets a double kill. Ice, Ravage is out.
Got to shift off.
Is he going to be able to get any kills off the back of it, though? They'll stun up Kuroki, kill off the Clockwork, but Miracle and Mind Control frontlining. Forcing EG to hold back on their aggression.
Nature's Prophet ulti does not connect. A very moist move from Miracle there. He blinks in and with the waveform and gets a kill on Tusk, finishes him off, delays his drums, just the 300 gold away.
Do you call it moist?
Yeah, you have a problem with that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why? I think it's the most annoying word.
That
maybe.
word is reserved for 2 things: chocolate cake and chicken.
Wash chicken or non-wash
You do not
chicken?
wash your chicken, I'll tell you now.
If you wash your chicken, it's a moist chicken.
It's disgusting. Don't wash your chicken. Don't listen to those people on Twitter.
It's non-debatable. I'm staying out of it. So yeah, Mars now has a Blink Dagger, can easily set things up. We saw the good execution from Nigma. Clockwork going in, setting things up, and then nice Arena into Spear combination. Arteezy actually finishes off the full Maelstrom, going a bit of a greedier route.
Yeah.
Maybe Tusk needs to play with him, be able there to save him with the Snowball if they initiate with the Arena or a hook shot.
Use those 2 trapping abilities as well, right? Sprout and Shards. 2 abilities to catch a couple of these heroes out as they spot GH. Quick dive away, Sunray TP off the face of the map.
Nothing wrong here, completely balanced.
As Dota 2 is. It's just
Yeah, yesterday or the day before, we saw interaction where Phoenix just flies over Winter's Curse. He completely ignores it.
And Sunray melts the ice, it thaws it down, and he just floats over the top. A bit of relaxation time here for both teams. The tower's being being focused down. Still Nigma want that mid-tier one. We've got Blink on mind control, so they do have that snappy initiation form.
fllow, found by Nigma, the best tier 2 item. If you're playing 4, if you're playing 5, like you pray that that item is gonna drop. Top lane,
Yeah,
finger,
fly.
easy kill.
Takes down Kuroki. That's the strength of Artesia, right? Just TP's in, finds a catch, TP's straight back out, and he can move anywhere he wants on the map, really. Like bottom lane, pretty open to him.
This
Maybe-
type of move is something like that Jinkyu does quite a lot when like you kill a enemy safe lane tower and then he just goes in and fishes for any kind of information, especially if they have limited catch. They need to bring 1 or 2 heroes. If he tanks a stun, maybe survives, and then the rest of the team can farm. Exactly what the Kuroki did there, and Kuroki is super farm. He almost has a full Spirit Vessel 18 minutes in.
That's huge.
On top of Magic Wand.
Is there a main reason he's gone Spirit Vessel this game? Because we don't see the usual, you know, healing hero. There's no Bristleback, there's no Alchemist or anything.
It's still a valuable item. If you manage to get 2 charges in a team fight, another coil.
Yeah, catching RTW. Snowball towards him with the tag team, and Artesia arriving. They should have the damage there with the final silence to hold him in place while Ice. Sunray burnt. Supernova and
He's
Arena.
fine with that.
He's got Hood going, he's got Morbid Mask, and he's got that crack whip as well. Can't do anything.
I think they go Roche. Like right now, they use the Supernova. They have enough damage. The Nature's Prophet can TP with the tag team. Ravage still available. 20 seconds without him. The only big ulti they don't have is Coil. Coil just ruins
What's that,
any
hook
kind
shot?
of spirit. Hook shot in.
Yeah, Clockwork gets in. The Ravage out of Ice. Still alive as the Kuroki Clockwork frontline here, and Fly tries to dip back into the trees. There's an Uncharge on him, so he will fall, but Mind Control stuck between evil geniuses. Mars falls as well. It's bought time for RTW to respawn, but still Nigma with no real teamfight ultis. They'll catch a 2-man chains though. Arbed running low on mana, and Crit found out here as he tried to get some D-wards going. Snowball is just going to delay the inevitable heat death of Crit's Tusk.
He tried. He traps him, you know, shows him what he's made of, that he can still do things even before he's dying. Now Manta style on Morphling, not going to be that easy to burst unless they get a jump. Line getting closer and closer to his Blink Dagger, so that instant initiation is going to be there. Morphling needs to be aware of that. Ice, he can still go down. Like, even with the full pipe on him, it's still doable to burst him.
Yeah, it sure is. Wait, we see here, you know, it feels like EG have controlled this fight, getting some meaty pickoffs, but Nigma stopped them from doing Roshan. That's
Production loves Ice. Whenever he does something good, something bad, show his face. He's always smiling. A bit of a face palm there by ILTW.
They're not too happy about his own performance so far, but we'll see if they can pick it up here with a good hook shot. Kuroki gets on top of Fly. Mind Control looking for the bonus targets. Cherry on top would have been Ice, but again, he's just too tanky to brawl with at this point under a tier 2 tower. And Nigma finally bringing everybody in. Finally the objective they've been wanting for the past 10 minutes.
Set of items. They want Blink Dagger on Puck to be able to get the first initiation. Also BKB about to be finished. On Nature's Prophet, full pipe on Tidehunter. Drums done on Tusk.
Yeah, it's kind of nice for them because we're thinking Nigma here, once we get to 20 to that 10-minute window, right? 20 to 30 minutes, we think Nigma's pretty strong with their first rounds of proper itemization. But with a Nature's Prophet, a Puck, and a Tidehunter, the teamfight capabilities of EG can weather any storm. That's going to come down to that map control, which Prophet and Puck both thrive on. Every wave very likely going to be trending towards Nigma's side of the map, and that's going to open up towers, open up Roshan, and also give the possibility here for EG to have these smoke ganks to cut across the map. Incisive move from Crit. Smoke gets popped. High ground ward. In comes Arbed. Oh, the snowball save and roll away. Gets them out of the arena. And they go straight towards Kuroki. Arbed also diving in deep with the finger of death. They take down the Clockwork, and Fly will follow him into the grave. A 1-for-1 trade, but the Ravage. Ice is there. Mind Control's low, and they picked up RTW. Evil Genies is coming and clear Nigma off the face of the map. OMC with a blink back. Orb forward, but he's TPing home, and there's nothing to cancel.
They have no stuns left now. I think they could go inside a bit right now. Thought they were going to do it before. There is still 30 seconds with the ILTW. Without Phoenix, they go in, they get the nice snowball save. I don't know, Gary. I just, once again, love Tusk so much, especially since Mars was a super popular pick throughout this whole major, and EG brings it out in game number 2, elimination game. Are they still trying to defend? Cook shot available.
They want
Can
to come in.
Out?
I'll bet Scout's mind control. Rocket flares
Sprout,
in the pit. But look at that.
He knows where he's standing.
He's blocking.
What a body block by Arteezy.
They're still coming in here, though. I mean, Arteezy gets the Aegis. Mind control dies, trying to steal that Aegis away from them. Unsuccessful in their attempts, though. Nigma lose another hero for 40 seconds. And there's that snowball save out of the arena. So very well done by Crit to actually go across towards KuroKy, set up the fight around Miracle, and then Ice is there with, what, the 3-man Ravage? That's exactly what he's saying, 3-man Ravage.
I got 3 of them.
And after that, it's just easy pickings. You land your spells, you catch them in your ultimates, and it's basically just click them to death.
Now that I'm thinking about it, like, Nature's Prophet might be the best hero for Arteezy, because if he gets Cliff, he can easily TP out, he can use Sprout to get off the cliffs. Is anyone buying a 4-step? They have a snowball save. Makes a lot of sense.
The counter cliff strat. He's had enough. He's had enough of Faith Bian, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Faith Bian spamming his face on top of cliff tops. No more. No more nonsense. Arteezy is the king of the hill now. TPing up top. Immediate initiation from Fly. The Hex into stun, and Miracle just dies.
That Blink Dagger from Lion. You need to be aware of it. And once again, instant smoke. EG, they're playing the map so fast right now, showing the bottom lane, 2 heroes, smoking, TP rotating, Ice on a mid lane. Decided to go for Vlad's. It grants lifesteal, bonus damage, mana regeneration, a very costly item. I guess he just wanted to upgrade his Morbid Mask into something. Coil whiffs.
A little bit off the mark there.
Abed Puck is pretty consistent, goes burp most of the times, you know, especially during the Singapore major. This time around, whiffs it. Something that, nothing to say. Kind of buys quite a lot as a second, sometimes second, sometimes third item is Eon Disc, where you don't die. Like, you get your spells off, you get the shift with Eon Disc. There's still Deso queued up. Maybe they think more damage is needed, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out what direction he goes. Mind control. Trying to start a fight here. He's starting it. KuroKy follows through on it. Arteezy BKB's up, and they've got the arena going. KuroKy just immediately evaporates under the threat of EG. And with its Prophet BKB, they move forward. They've got a Yule Scepter, GH Phoenix diving away. The shards won't catch him.
Oh, the overtime damage from the Witch Blink.
He has to supernova. He has to egg there. So now you've spent arena, spent egg. Evil Geniuses still have Ravage Finger. They could maybe look for a jump.
They don't have a BKB on Nature's Prophet. That was very... $300.
And you will start to care about this Arteezy Prophet. Assault Cuirass nearly finished, so he's really shifting into that physical right clicker. I mean, what's next for him? Do we see the Satanic come out? I feel like that's the build that we've seen more prominently, is the Witchblade, Maelstrom, BKB, AC, Satanic.
Yeah, I feel like Satanic makes you much tankier. You get 2-3 right clicks in a team fight, grants you another life. Puck decides to get Deso. This is their timing. Like, they still have minute and 15 seconds left on that Aegis. Arteezy out pushing the waves with the big ulti. If someone shows, the damage will connect.
Man, about a quarter of the HP of that tower already gone. EG standing around, waiting to see if Nigma wants to break back into this top ramp triangle area, but nothing coming.
Nature's Prophet's super tanky. We already mentioned his strength gain, like overall stats gain, and now holding a Nether Shawl, 25 magic resistance, better hood. You lose -3 armor, but right now you're sitting at 32, so you don't care too much about it. AC will make the whole team tankier as against the Sleight of Fist, and also give them more attack speed to deal with the Phoenix Egg.
What's he got? He's got 34, guess what? There's like Aquila nearby, right? Yeah, Crit, I believe, holding that Ring of Aquila. He's got a bit more armor there coming for him. Medallion as well is going to amp up Arteezy. And like you were mentioning about 5 minutes ago, Crit really is now standing with the Nature's Prophet, making sure he's being bodyguarded. He can't be cliffed, he can't be caught. A catch here from RTW though. Straight on to Fly with his fresh BKB. Gets a pick off. What can he turn it into now though? Nigma kind of scrambling to find the bonus kills and a good hook shot. Kuroki catches out Crit. Snowball now towards the Ember though.
He blows him
RTW
up.
punched into oblivion as Miracle with a BKB of his own turns onto Arteezy, but the Prophet's too tanky. Arena zones them away. Mind Control, Miracle, Kuro on the run now. No ultimates left to be spent, and Arbit, Wing Rift Orbit, back in towards the danger zone. He wants GH potentially here as Ice breaks the high ground, looking for the vision.
A bit limited on the catch. Fly forced to buy back, had enough gold. After you go on the line, you need to be careful. They use BKBs, they use one big ulti. Like the Arena, you know that there's going to be a buyback for sure. Even though there's like not much to gain on the map, they can't go for the towers, they can't go for the Roche, but they still want to secure the fight. And that was such a nice play from Tusk. He managed to use the Snowball and also blows up the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it's the perfect turnaround tool. As long as you can see that target you want to go on, you save yourself and go aggressive onto your opponents.
It's all about that efficiency. Crit. Getting the Elven Tunic. Very nice.
What was that for him? Full Solar Crest done as well. Arbed.
Evasion on top of the Solar Crest, so he becomes super tanky.
Incredibly so. I've got so many of these aura items. You mentioned the Pipe, Vlad's on the Tide now with a Blink Dagger. To be able to jump into these heroes, potentially catch them pre-BKB with a Ravage.
Even Arteezy going for Eon Disc next item. Like I tweeted a couple of days ago that in 7:30 the item's gonna get deleted or just like gonna get the dumpster fire nerfed.
It's got like double the cooldown on it or something.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna be. Hex initiation bottom.
Yeah, Fly moving in. There's a dive away from GH, but the coil catching Miracle, morphling down. Mind Control with this Arena wants to force the fight, continuing on to kill off that buyback Lion. Now Ice, failing to contend with Mind Control. Might have to just ravage him here, but the BKB ends.
Good ravage connection
Perfect timing for Ice. Allows Arteezy to open up and shred through Nigma. Miracle has bought back for this, but he won't be able to battle with EG. They've already retracted themselves from that bottom lane.
Fly with the nice Hex initiation. They get a kill, they surround him, dies in the end, but he does not care too much. And now they need to be very careful how Miracle approaches the next fight. Like they don't have that save, and maybe they can use a Sunray. That's it. What are you doing, Gary? What are you showing me with your fingers?
They're dropping the Arteezy spray, man. I'm just in the finger guns.
Oh, I'm watching my own screen. I'm watching the small details.
I'm watching the big picture.
I should be focused more on the memes, to be honest.
The look of disgust he gave me when I put the finger guns.
I was like,
to
what are you doing?
What are you,
down.
moron? What are you doing?
So Eon Disc finished on Nature's Prophet. He decides to go for the CDR. So that brings Eon Disc to 84 seconds, which makes a lot of sense. Lowers the cooldown on your BKB and lowers the cooldown on Witchblade.
Very nice. And Roshan, 1.5 minutes until the big man returns to his dungeon dwelling.
They're not messing around. They assemble their Eon Disc, both Puck and him.
Eons, assemble!
In case, you know, you misclick, something happens, you're not paying the attention, it's better. If you don't think in an elimination game, just assemble it.
You can have the flashy plays, but consistency is key. 14 to 23. Evil Geniuses with a pretty substantial lead.
Yeah,
don't really have an objective to go for apart from mid-tier 2 right now, right? So it's just controlling waves and waiting for Roshan at this point.
Yes, Roshan will respawn in 50 seconds. Ravage will be online. Coil for another BKB charge, so it goes down to 7 seconds.
And a spear back on the Chains Tidehunter. They've done about
Show me
500 damage to him.
Camera right now, because he's trolling.
He's laughing. He's laughing his head off. They've killed off Mind Control. The attempt on Ice's life does not pay off for Nigma. Dead for 60 seconds. And this should be a really strong position from EG now to push in multiple lanes.
Do you remember the $1 million Dream Coil? And he just pops BKB, runs away, still dies. Also, Puck found Mindbreaker, another form of silencing people, so you could potentially like force a Yule Scepter, even a BKB, Arteezy.
Oh, the swap.
Yeah, that was so nicely done. I was about to say it. He puts it in the backpack, understands and Abed tips
Chef's
it easy.
kiss.
Abed has eyes all over the place.
He sees everything. He sees where all the runes are. He sees bot lane, top lane, mid lane, triangle.
This is why you assemble it. If you're fast enough to put it in your backpack while you see shotgun flying. Not even a full shotgun, it's just a bullet that's thrown by the hand. Pretty much at this point, and they go
They're
inside
not doing
the
too
pit.
much damage.
Ian, sorry. Aghanim short, she's plus Aegis.
And Roshan falls so quickly with a tag team. Like you were saying, the Roshan capabilities are
Solar Crest,
of
tag
EG.
team, drums. They
Ugh.
gave short to Tusk.
Rocket Flare lands now, but everything's already been taken. So what do we have with... wait, is Tusk eating it? Has he handed it to someone else? Prophet.
He gave it to Prophet.
Well, that's going to help their push tremendously with the Greater Treants. We've seen Nigma struggle to clear out these waves somewhat. And when this net closes in on them, there's only one place for them to fight, and that's around their tier 3s and in their base. Doesn't feel like Nigma right now have any chance to smoke out. They're so far behind. And how are we looking on buybacks, Lacoste? Because I feel like this is potentially one of the last fights we have for Nigma.
This might be it. Like, they lose a fight, they could potentially lose the game. Without Morphling, they just don't have enough damage. LTW. He has a Maelstrom, he has a BKB, 3,000 gold, so buyback is available for him, but I don't think he wants to use it. Like, he would definitely love to have this Aghanim Scepter for the next fight.
Yeah, some way to get in towards the Lion, the Tusk, even the Puck to some regards. Just catch people out, find that blow up on someone and force EG to have the disadvantage numbers-wise. But when the map gets so small for you here, your item progression, it does suffer. And you would love to see, you know, maybe Team Nigma have one hero out on the map somewhere, maybe cutting behind tier 3 towers.
Yeah. Eon Disc, perfectly balanced item. We have one on Phoenix, one on Nature's Prophet, one on Puck, Lion going for one, and also Tusk has one queued up.
And Arteezy...
Guys, just buy nullifiers and dispel it. It's that easy.
That's the plan. I think Arteezy also very effective there as well,
He
right?
is. He's keeping that Eon Disc. Like this is straight up efficiency. He wants to die first with the Aegis. Probably not even pop a BKB, then put it in if you have a BKB to defend yourself. And if you see you're dropping low, put the Eon Disc in.
Also back farming, like he TPs to Dire Ancients, pushes out this bot wave while the rest of his team is holding top triangle and pushing in that mid lane. So EG, ready to go high ground again. Greater Treants there, spear back on the Prophet. Mind Control trying to set up on Arteezy, but Ice moving straight for GH. The Eon Disc popped as an arena thrown out from Mind Control.
They don't care about this arena.
No follow through whatsoever. They glyph up the tier 3 tower. Arteezy probably quite happy just to die there if it does happen.
No, don't die. He can just TP out. He cannot TP out.
The spear does put Mind Control out in the open though. Arbed and Ice leaving the pick off. Arbed gonna get hook shotted. Eon Disc pops out and he's gonna jaunt away from the Supernova landing. GH doesn't crash down onto anybody, and Kuro trapped inside the Sprout. Arteezy's returned, and they will lose Fly. That jive in from RTW, causing issues for the backline of EG. A double kill.
Buyback
has to buy back, and Ice with the Ravage. Destroys Miracle, no buyback on the Morphling, and RTW, he's being pummeled by Arteezy.
This might be it, Gary. I don't know if they can just straight up close out the game because there will be some overtime damage. We can hear the screams in the background. You know, unfortunately, we did not have a crowd, but that feeling that you get from the players, just they're roaring when they're winning, and
it's
they call it.
There's no answer. Nigma have no response to EG's aggression. Game 1, Game 2, completely out of their hands.
Oh man, EG played so well. This Tusk pick did a lot. Crit one more time, showing why he is probably the best, if not one of the best ones. You know, top 3 Tusk players in the world. There's some good ones in the China, and his item build drums. Then he decides to tank up and buff up his own team with the Solar Crest. That Ravage we talked about at the start of the game. There is not a single ability that Tidehunter is afraid of, so he will be able to get the Ravage.
Yeah.
There isn't, you know, that burst damage. They cannot burst him. There's no Ursa. There's no Death Prophet that Tidehunter does not love to play into. And yeah, it's just straight up Ravage every single fight whenever they feel they need to either fall back or they need to take the fight. Arteezy, great performance on his Nature's Prophet, getting the most out of the map. You get that level 6, start being active. Big part of their victory was taking the early tower on the bottom early on.
And you were talking about the itemization through that game as well, right? The BKB timings out of EG, Eon Discs coming up as well. They just made sure that they always had enough time for that Ravage. Through the arena, through the Supernova, they were able to juke back and forth, make sure that they were playing in and out of team fights, especially with Abed's puck. And then Tidehunter, he's that second wave, able to catch people out with that hidden secret Ravage when he blinks back in again.
Unfortunately for Nigma, this is their end in this tournament, and they will have to go through the open qualifiers, through the regional qualifiers for TI.
Against OG.
Against OG,
Liquid.
against Team Liquid. This is going to be super stacked, so...
Difficult.
Two of these teams might, even three of these teams, depending how a team like Tundra perform, might not end up going to TI.
Yeah, it's a real difficult road ahead for a lot of these teams. But Evil Geniuses, proving that they are a step above of some of these squads, looking incredibly crisp, beautiful performances out of them, especially in this series, like 2-0ing Nigma. I don't think anyone apart from maybe Suns fan who was predicting for EG in both games to try and level out the European bias that we do have here sometimes with the casters in the panel. But yeah, it's sad to see Nigma go, but...
Well done. Gentlemen, surprising, I have to say, turn of events on that series. I mean, I would have bet my life on it going to Game 3 on that one.
EG, they ate some good breakfast this morning.
Yeah.
Everyone on point. Like, this was thorough beatdown. Like, such good play by everyone. Every single player spellcasting on point. Love the itemization. Crit going his staple, like, drums build on the Tusk. Like, everybody knew what they needed to do in this game. I don't think I've seen EG play cleaner games in the morning, especially. I did say EG morning series tend to be a bit rough, tends to be a bit slower. This wasn't slow at all. Super fast-paced games. They put a chokehold on Nigma. They didn't let go at all.
I just think everybody played amazing. Like there was, I think the most impressive thing in this series, in some ways, is that nobody, like all three cores on EG's lineup in both games, just had outstanding performances. Like there was, I think in this game, the perfect timing we see from Ice on Ravages multiple times, Abed again popping off on Puck, Arteezy way ahead of the field on Pharma Nature's Prophet. Like everything just came together beautifully. Can't really put a finger on any individual player in this game, which is kind of scary, right? We're talking about, okay, Nigma might have the strategic edge in terms of drafting or whatever. I think EG they just outshined them on every player today. Like everyone just played better than their counterpart, and that's really hard to do against a team of that caliber. So hats off to them. That was amazing.
And I don't want to just, I mean, it's play, it's draft, etc., stuff like that, but the warding too. Like EG's playing so well around their vision. Like I saw these deep, sneaky wards that were not dewarded throughout like the entire game, and they're just playing around it. They're just like dancing around Nigma, knowing exactly which fights to take, which fights to avoid. Snowballs out of the arena 2-3 times, catching hook shots. Yeah, top tier. Look at Ice. He was super awake this morning. Look at them. Not yawning or anything,
I love
Very
that
awake. This is what we see them after we
highlights, and then there's two players falling asleep.
Oh, God. That's extremely toxic as we go with these games here. But, man, I mean, one of the most impressive things, I think, are those kind of off-meta picks. You see a Tusk, you see a Witch Doctor, these things that other teams aren't really abusing at the moment. And yet, for EG, and it seems only EG, this stuff seems to be working out. I mean, that is just straight up playing the game really, really crisp and really well.
Look at
Tidehunter this
Ravages,
game. The Ravages, oh my goodness.
And just like, you see like the Mars ult on what?
Enemy ban. It's banning time. Seconds. Enemy ban incoming. Maybe your favorite hero. 10 seconds. Who's commissioned to revoke? The enemy's short-handed. Time for a pick. Choose your crew. Hope they fare better than Kunkka. Your pick. Send out the press gang. Enemy's turn to pick. Enemies ban now. What are they afraid of? Sink a hero before the boat even launches. Seconds. 5 seconds Enemy remaining. Ban. The smart choice is Kunkka. It's your ban, mate. It's the enemy's ban. How many times can you ban Kunkka? Time to ban a salty scallywag. What did you call me? Someone. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Enemy pick on the horizon. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Your pick. Send out the press gang. Here comes the enemy's pick. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining. It's the enemy's turn to ban. Pay attention now. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Who's commissioned to revoke? Seconds. Enemy ban. Ten seconds. It's banning time. The enemy's short-handed. Time for a pick. Pick someone. Choose your hero.
I'm wanted in 6 nations. You think a glowing rock is gonna stop me? My time has come.
Prepare for battle.
Time to move. You ready for shenanigans? Let's see where the road takes us. We're going on a little field trip, Jix. Time to get into trouble. I'll prove I'm the best.
30 seconds to battle.
Come on, Jix. Time to be trouble. Moving. Mischief awaits. This'll be fun to watch.
At last, the battle begins!
I don't need a horn to tell me when to fight. I'm going. On my way. Here we go. This place is boring anyway. Let's fly. You're mine! What are we waiting for? This one's mine, Jax. The sooner we're out of here, the better. No time to dilly-dally. stay in one place too long. Can't stay here. Let's see where the road takes us. Time isn't on your side. No one can stop us! Let's go, Jix. A little mischief never killed anyone. Let's get moving. Go! You want me? Come get me!
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
He's on the move. Let's get moving. No time to dilly-dally. Can't stay here. Stick around. Mischief awaits. You ready for shenanigans? Move. Let's find something to steal. Enjoy. My time has come. Time to be trouble. Here we go.
I deny.
The more power, the better. Let's see you try to escape. Go.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
First blood! Going. What are we waiting for? We're not going anywhere. Let's see where the road takes us. Time to get into trouble. Not so fast. Time to move. We're going on a little field trip, Jix. Ha! Oh, what a day's work. I'm untouchable. On my way. Let's fly. A gift from me to you. I'll prove I'm the best. Let's go, Jix. No one can stop us. Don't take too much time. Come on, Jix. You ready for shenanigans?
Missing mid.
Let's fly. Moving. No time to dilly-dally.
Missing.
This isn't going to end well for you. You should have ran. Let's find something to steal. I'm going. Don't take too much time. Go.
Double damage. Radiant's courier has been killed.
You're gonna love this. Time to be trouble. see where the road takes us. This isn't going to end well for you. I'm always on the move. Let's get moving. I don't think so. Time to get into trouble. Can't stay here. I'm going.
Miss.
I'll prove I'm the best. You're not walking away. Stick around. I'll take what I want, and what I want now is your life. Time to move. Here we go.
My hunt ends here.
Mischief awaits. You should run when you can. What are we waiting for? A little mischief never kills anyone. Time isn't done. My time has come. Jix, what do you say we go introduce ourselves?
Your middle tower is taking a drubbing. Don't let them dismast you.
Time to move.
They're trying to break your middle tower. You're heading for dead water.
Let's find something to steal.
Miss Windrunner.
Mine. They're trying to break your middle tower.
Here we go.
Your middle tower is taking a drubbing.
See where the road takes us.
Do you like sucking bilge water?
What are we waiting for? Need mana. A gift from me to you. Mischief awaits.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're going on a little field trip, Jix.
Miss Windrunner.
I'm going. No time to dilly-dally. Time to move. Move.
Windrunner missing.
Let's get moving.
Was worth it.
Got to go. The world will remember time to be troubled. Can't stay here. Time to get into trouble. Enjoy. Come on, Jix. I'm always on the move. You can't begin to understand the power I wield. Let's see where the road takes us.
Here, maybe Windrunner going top.
Let's go, Jix. You're not going anywhere. You're already
Center, go. Center.
Let's find something to steal. This is where you die. prove I'm the best. You ready for shenanigans?
Your middle tower is under attack.
No time to dilly-dally.
Your middle tower is under attack. Is that a mirage?
What are we waiting for? Let's fly.
Your middle tower is under attack. What kind of skipper are you? Look who's talking.
Time to be trouble. Mischief awaits. Let's get moving.
Regeneration!
Here we go. Let's see you try to escape. Have you right where I want you. I have a surprise for you. Time to move.
Killing spree!
A little mischief never killed anyone.
Invisibility!
Time to get into trouble. Can't stay here. Moving. I'm going.
They're trying to break your middle tower.
Sorry.
My time has come. Ah! Not so fast. I will
Nothing is damaged. Killing spree!
We're going on a little field trip, Jix. On my way. Let's see where the road takes us.
Wait.
You ready
Go,
for
go.
shenanigans? The ley lines flow to you. Here comes the tiger slowly. Your turn. Something to steal. I'll take that arm for myself. I'll prove I'm the best.
Ba?
Mischief awaits.
Radiant think fortification can save them. Any port in a storm.
Time to be trouble. Let's get moving.
Your middle tower is taking a drubbing.
You're not ready for this. Can't stay here.
Sing a shanty for the enemy's top tower.
Let's fly. No time to dilly-dally.
Let's go center.
Time to move. To go.
Gladiator's muscle.
Time to get into trouble. Here we go. Let's see what time they get out of here. Something fun tonight. Our enemies will run here now. You ready for shenanigans? Jix, protect me! What are we waiting for? Yes, I get it. It was bad.
Fuck my butt. Rapture.
Come on, Jix. A little mischief never
Radiant
killed
fortified their structures. Attack the hero.
Let's go, Jix. Not so fast. My time has come.
Go inside.
Your middle tower is taking a drubbing. Dire fortified their structures.
Where the hell the team, Jix?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I forged my own destiny.
Your middle tower is
Let's
under
find something
attack.
to steal.
Your middle
Steal that
tower
Windrunner.
just went hard over.
I'll prove I'm the best. Moving. On my way.
Go.
Moving. Let's see where the road takes us. No time to dilly-dally. Let's fly. Can't stay here. Don't take too much time. You're on killing spree.
Go.
Time to move. What are we waiting? You shouldn't have made my friend angry. You're in my domain. Let's get moving. Let's see you try to escape. You ready for shenanigans? Here we go. Time to get into trouble. Time to be trouble. You're all dead. Better leave. I'm going.
I'm just waiting for you guys.
Let's find something to steal.
Okay. Can you guard drone?
I'll prove I'm the best. To the brand.
Guard it for me.
It's not in my
Let's go, Jix. You were such a gifted child, Maresca. I'm ruined.
Your top tower! Use your words!
Killing spree!
Something bad is happening to your top tower. Time to get your head above water. Grow some
Alright, Jix. Go have some fun. I can take care of
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
you. You and me. Mischief awaits. A little mischief never killed anyone. I'm always on the
Your
move.
middle tower is under attack.
My time has come. Let's see where the road takes us. Come on, Jix. Time to move. I'm going. Time to get into trouble. We're going on a little field trip, Jix.
Missing
Can't stay
top.
here. To go.
You found me. Radiant's courier has been killed. It should have known better.
Let's find something to steal. Let's fly. Here we go. Stick around. The ley line holds you. You ready for shenanigans? This is nice for you. On my way. I heard of you, Lion. You're a monster. Let's get moving.
Just push Underlord come.
No time to dilly-dally.
Your top tower is under
What are
attack.
we waiting for?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Silence, Sun King.
Let's see where the road
Something
takes
bad
us.
is happening to your top tower.
Mischief awaits.
Something bad is happening to your top tower.
See what we can take now. See where the road takes us.
Killing spree! Triple kill!
You want me? Come get me.
Double kill! Get the right.
Nice one.
Time to move.
Push,
The
push.
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Push now, push.
Too easy.
They're trying to break your middle tower.
Here we go. Yeah. Here comes the tiger slowly. You can begin to understand.
Dominate! Own it!
Dead. No time to dilly-dally. I don't think so. Time to be tough.
Get back, don't force it.
Time to get into trouble. Let's see where the road takes us. Mischief awaits. I'm going. Let's find some. All right, little witch. Do you think? Can't stay here.
Here.
What
we?
Have you met my friend Jax yet?
For my coffin.
You ready for shenanigans? I won't let you. You're not going anywhere.
Your top tower is under attack.
We'll have some fun. A little mischief never killed anyone.
Bloodseeker, can we go RS? Roshan.
On my way.
Fast.
Let's keep a lookout. To go.
Take it, bro, take it.
Roshan falls again, like Kunkka will.
I'm always on the move.
Go.
Let's go, Jax.
Push top.
What are we waiting for? Time to get into trouble.
I was practicing my backstroke.
Let's find something to steal.
Care for Sun King, SS, and Stan.
Joy. Let's get moving.
Vision? Can we have
See
vision?
where the road takes us.
No more SS. We can push.
Mischief awaits. No time to dilly-dally.
Where did the enemy's top tower fall? Pay attention, Melonhead.
We're going on a little field trip, Jax. Moving. Time to be tough. I'd run if I were you. Going.
Something bad is happening to your top tower. Give your top tower a burial at sea.
Let's fly. I'll do my best. You ready for shenanigans?
Oh, you just smashed the enemy's middle tower.
This isn't going to end well for you. Nothing can stand in our way. Let's go, Jax.
Go. Nice,
Double kill.
Don't overextend. Get back.
Radiant structures are fortified.
At least we delayed PL's item.
this.
Let's see where the road takes us. Stick around. On my way.
Did you notice they're attacking your bottom tower?
Jex, this one's all you.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Come on, Jex. I'm always on the move. A little mischief never killed anyone. Time to move. Let's go, Jix.
Almost.
Time
I
to
think
be
we can smoke.
Let's get moving. Time to get into trouble. You're in my not so fast. You're about to die. Let's find something to steal. I'm going. They're over here. Can't stay here.
Go, go. You want?
Don't take too much time. Mischief awaits.
Just don't overextend inside. Go front, Underlord.
Here we go. You're going to die slowly. No time to dilly-dally. Surprise for you.
Double kill.
Let's see you try to escape. Let's fly.
Go this
You ready for shenanigans? Moving. What are we waiting for?
Structures are fortified. Just keeled over.
See where the road takes us.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
Mischief. I'm gonna have fun.
The enemy's bottom barracks just took a dip.
What are we waiting for? Good work, Jax. Jax, this one's all you. Let's fly.
Maybe can we check our rests?
Enjoy. Time to get into trouble.
Okay, let's push.
Time to be tough.
Enemy's mid-tower down. Another bulwark fall.
Field trip.
Dominate! Whoa! Double kill!
You're all dead. Let's go, Jax. Time isn't on your side. You're gonna love
Lion?
Come on, Jax.
Get me before I put you down.
You want me? Come get.
Double kill! My life.
Let's see where the road takes us. All right, to the west. Do your thing. No time to dilly-dally. Moving. Can't stay here. Ha!
Okay.
Let's see you try to. Alright, Jack. We'll have some fun. Let's get moving. My time has come. Here we go.
RSR.
Let's find
Roshan
some
has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality.
You should have walked away. You ready for shenanigans? A little mischief never
Okay, let's
killed
go.
anyone. On my way.
I wreck any undersea cable I get my hands on.
DC Underlord.
Thanks. The Lord's thanks.
I'm always on the move. Time to get into trouble. Go! Where the road takes us. Stopping point. Tearing spree! I checked. Have you right where I want you. Going. Don't take too much time. Here we go.
Replenished.
Let's fly.
Mid.
Let's get moving. You're all about to die. That's more like it. No time to dilly-dally.
For the twin.
Time to be trouble. You're gonna have some. You know. We're going on a little field trip, Jim. What are we waiting for?
Go.
You ready for shenanigans? Time isn't on your side. Let's find something to steal. Let's go, Jix. Be patient. You're on borrowed time. Mischiefully. Come on, Jix.
Bucket back.
Come get. Let's see where the road takes
Go
us.
back, guys. Go back.
Time to move.
Oops, man. Oops.
Moving. I'll prove I'm the best. This isn't going to end well for you. Can't stay here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Let's fly. Moving. Here we go.
Burn!
Time to be trouble. Jix, protect me! I don't need my father's money. Let's start some shenanigans, Jix. Can't stay here.
Wait for Grimstroke, then we push.
What are we waiting for?
Can you put some obs at mid?
On my way. Time to move.
Double damage.
Let's get moving. Got to go. A little mischief never killed anyone. Let's find something to steal.
Mid.
I'm always on the move. A gift from me to you. You couldn't begin to understand the power I wield. A surprise for you. Stick around. To the brand.
Mid now.
Let's see where the road takes us. I'll prove I'm the best. You ready for shenanigans?
Inside underload.
Enjoy. My time is come.
Sun King.
Not so fast.
The enemy's middle barracks just had something bad is happening to your top tower. Your top tower is under attack.
Time to get into trouble.
The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
To go. No time to dilly-dally.
There's
Here we go. Let's get moving. Time to get into trouble.
don't have wave. Can push.
Stick around. Come on. Going. From me to you. Let's fly.
Double kill.
Can't stay here. Same setting.
Double kill.
He was a little overzealous.
We can reset. It's better if we reset. No mana on BKB. We need to take the next rush.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't fort yet, don't fort.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Something bad is happening to your top tower. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Middle barracks under attack.
You ready for shenanigans? Yes, my lady. Get to work, Jack. Let's see whether look alright, Jack. We'll have some fun. We're going on a little field trip, Jack.
Roshan, need to check Roshan.
Let's find something to steal.
Show top, one show top.
I'll do that. Moving. Mischief awaits. On my way.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's check this one's all you. A little mischief never killed anyone.
It's better we take Mega.
What are we waiting for? Let's go, Jix.
Mega.
It'll be fun to watch. I'll prove I'm the best.
Don't have buyback.
Time to move. This isn't going to end well for you. My time has come. I'm always on the move. Take too much time. Time to be Let's fly. You want me? Come get! What are we waiting for? Not so fast.
You get
Time
back.
to be tough. Let's see where the road takes us. Time to get into trouble. You're all dead!
A flight of fancy.
Let's find something to steal. Moving. Come on, Jack.
Buyback.
No time to dilly-dally. The world will remember the name Mariska.
Immortality.
This isn't going to end well for you. Here we go. Can't stay here. I'll prove I'm the best.
The twins.
Did you notice they're attacking your bottom tower?
Take two? I don't think so.
Go kill him. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's get moving. Let's go, Jix. Time to move. You ready for shenanigans? You're all dead! Let's keep the money coming. You should run while you can.
PL got hurt.
No time to dilly-dally. Let's see where the road takes us. You want me? Go, 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 go! Ley lines close. What are we waiting for? awaits.
Your
Go
top
buy back,
tower
buy
is
back.
under
Time to
attack.
get into trouble.
Pay heed! Your lord is returned!
Gotta go. Let's find something to steal. Time isn't on. Now you're right where I go, right?
Don't force, guys. Don't force.
Need more than killing spree.
Double kill! I wasn't expecting a challenge.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
BS, don't go BS. Just clear the wave.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Just clear the waves, guys.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Middle barracks under attack. Your middle barracks have fallen.
Escape.
Time to get serious.
Watch
Time
bell is
to be
ringing.
I'm always on the move.
Help your bottom tower.
Jax?
If the beacon goes out,
You should.
Let's see where the road takes us. You ready for shenanigans? It'll be fun to watch. Here we go. On my way. I'll prove I'm the best. Let's see you try to escape. Come on, Jax.
Dominate!
We're going on a little field trip, Jax. Mischief awaits.
something bad is happening to your top tower. Your top tower has fallen.
Let's find something to steal. Have you met my friend Jax yet? I can't do that. Let's fly.
Your top tower is under attack.
Time to leave.
Something bad is happening to your top tower. Just come up with that on your own.
Can't stay here.
Your middle tower is taking a drubbing. Top barracks under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower ran afoul of the boss. This isn't how you win. Defend your ancient. Band home! Radiant victory!
I get to listen to my father gloat.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They're doing, don't overcompensate for any of these moves, any creep cutters like the puck. Just hunt him with like 2 or 3.
On the lookout for Ori here. I'm going to look for the toss back. All but MSS. He's going to be held back by the Dream Coil. Ori needing to hold back that sign as he knows the MSS is going to continue to chase. LOA still looking for the wraparound here onto Ori. But there's a lot of backup here, and LOA steps forward. Be a little too far as they will turn, they'll punish him. As MSS toss back, should be able to find the toss back win. He has another DD rune. Old Levin's got to run. The damage given this TA is too much. The Dragon Knight gets cut down. Yawar just charges in, Spectre's out. As that's both cores gone. The pressure now coming in onto the high ground here from Quincy Crew. VG Game, they do have a buyback on Poyo, but they're not really going to want to do so. He's got Horn in 10 seconds. Already, Quincy Crew just taking this mid set of rack.
Those 2 pickoffs are huge. They immediately just kill that Grimstroke axe, the portrait, they tip him. This game might just be completely over. Quincy Crew doesn't even have to go back for the Roche.
I think this has been the sort of performance from Quincy Crew that people have been very hyped up about this team for, right? This is the way they play. They just overrun you completely. We're just 23 minutes in. Rax has been taken, 20 to 6, 15k. There's just no sign of slowing down here from Quincy Crew. There's no stopping. Smoke up. There's a smoke from VG Game. They're heading out. Yawar, he's going to present himself. More than happy to be jumped here. It's Quincy Crew. I think they'll be happy to take this fight. MSS is in with a jump on the side. He's caught the 3 of them in with the avalanche. Old 11, he's going to be out of action. Yawar comes in, slams him down with a big crit. The cast bounces perfectly over towards Ori. Ori's trying to get out with the orb. Going to be ticking down pretty low here. He's actually able to live. He's not. MSS in with another toss. Another catch in for the Tiny as MSS takes out Ori. GY goes down. GG is called 24 minutes in. Completely dominate VG Gaming in this game 1.
That was flawless execution by Quincy Crew. That was great. I love watching when I get to see like these one-position players of Wraith King just playing super aggressive around the map. They knew exactly how to play versus VG. VG's draft, bit too greedy, it got punished. Ori had no game whatsoever. 1, 5, and 4 on the puck. Grimstroke ends up with his Dark Portrait, but Dark Portrait for what?
So bad outside the bar, heading out as far away. Justice will never make this right. I need to run and stay out of sight. And the truth, it was me or them. Not for a lifetime I'm condemned. I can forget my old set way of life. Go to prison or die, 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 die. Now my future's crashing down on me. They try to kill me when I fought back. I cracked the skulls with a baseball bat. But justice will never make this right. I need to run and stay out of sight. And no choice, it was me or them. Now for a lifetime I'm condemned. I can forget my old set way of life. I'll go to prison or die by the night. They try to kill me when I fought back. I cracked the skulls with a baseball bat. But justice will never make this right. I need to run and stay out of sight. And no choice, it was me or them. Now for a lifetime I'm condemned. I can forget my old set way of life. I'll go to prison or die, 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 die.
Confirmed officer down 1980 Park Avenue. Burning tires in a stolen car. I fucked up so bad outside the bar. Heading out as far away I can.
But
Unexpectedly so even for some of us.
who would have thought? At any rate, what is with you in the
Burning tires in a stolen car. I fucked up so bad outside the bar. Heading out as far away I can. Hardest part and got so damn out of him. Doing 90 through the city night. Nothing's ever gonna be alright. Life will never be what it was.
Call her Billy. I'll do this.
Very well. Yeah, so anyway, more about our traumatic childhoods. Blizzard.
Sir?
I'm still waiting for that embarrassing story about you from your past so that the whole world doesn't think that you're a Giga Chad. Have you thought of one yet?
What's the Giga Chad?
What's wrong with people calling you Giga Chad?
Nothing's wrong with it. I just thought that you wanted to put on that nerd persona.
Nerd persona. I mean, I'm playing Dota 12 hours a day. I think that's enough of my nerd personality.
You remind me of that movie with the stock trader. There's this trailer, I think it was McConaughey, and they're like, all he does is stay.
That's enough of my nerd personality.
You remind me of that movie with the stock trader. There's this trailer, I think it was McConaughey, and they're like, all he does is stay.
We're Dota players.
SVG, the last man. Everyone else is gone, but there's one man still racing and shining.
Razor sharp focus. Look at that.
Look at that. He doesn't even know the game's over yet.
He's got his eyes on the prize.
Hell yeah.
I just love that this series, if they do manage to take it,
Okay,
it's going to affirm them and confirm them as a really good team. There will be no questions about it. NA biases will be at least a little bit justified because so far everyone is making the storyline that they've had an easy road, that they perhaps had the easiest of the teams to match up against to get here. But hey, they're winning already versus Vichy Gaming and they're looking extremely strong.
Yes, and by the way, we have an update for you. Of course, everyone's interested in how the DPC rankings are doing, which teams are going where, and the last series actually did affect a lot. Evil Geniuses, not only did they knock out Nigma, but they made South America's dream come true. That's crazy.
It's Thunder Predator, right? Because of the Singapore Major run, I think they ended up top 6 there. I'm not sure. I think I recall it correctly. Because of Nigma being out, there's no one to get ahead of them in points, and it actually puts them, it qualifies them for the TI.
Well, you know, we'd love to talk more about who's going to TI and what, but we have to find out in this series. So it looks like our next game is just about ready. The draft is on the way. So thank you for your time. Please enjoy your ramen. And you guys enjoy this wonderful draft panel from the Catboy Ramen Shop.
How do you
Arigato, Slacks-chan. That's right. We're getting into Game 2 draft, but we don't quite have it ready just yet. So I've got a couple of questions for my analysts who are going to be joining me here because Game 1 did go the way of Quincy Crew. Is 4-position Tiny actually good, Lacoste?
We don't have to point any fingers. I still, don't believe in the hero. In this particular game, if it's any other position for hero, the outcome would probably still be the same. It was all about that Venomancer hitting the timings on his items, also about the lane, how they set it up. Vraitkin going for an earlier armlet into Radiant's build to be able to fight, and a couple of mistakes from Vici Gaming going inside the triangle, trying to evade, and I might be underestimating a bit Witch Doctor into Spectre matchup. The overtime damage from Malik, you're not as tanky as you should be usually. On top of the Spirit Vessel, you get Gale, you don't move in a team fight, suddenly you're just food. Venomancer itemizing for the pipe, hood into pipe, and then being able to soak up all the damage from Puck. Puck doesn't really do too much. Pretty clean execution from Quincy.
Now, Brian, it went exactly as you predicted.
Indeed.
What was the fatal misstep of Vici Gaming? Was it not banning Templar Assassin when they're going to pick Puck?
So I get the LGD versus Nigma upper bracket vibes, where Nigma came in picking what they thought they were best at, while LGD seemed to be countering it at every turn. If you ask me, we talked about Vici Gaming's draft last series, and we also talked about Quincy Cruz. Quincy Cruz, we were predicting, based on this DK, Witch Doctor would look really good. Oh, Wraith King would be good against what Quincy Crew's doing, and then they deny pick it. We came up with all these reasons in the draft itself that the Quincy Crew picks were good. What did we say about Vici Gaming? They like AA, they pick DK, they pick Spectre. They're gonna
30 times, Brian. If AA is available in Vici Gaming,
they will pick it.
They will pick it, like either it is banned or picked in the first phase. So I don't see.
They haven't lost with it yet, right?
I don't have that stats.
If Vici Gaming hasn't lost with AA?
4 for 4 in Change, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was like confused. I'm like, they literally just lost with it.
So there you go. Once again, I don't think. I think this opener is complete.
Venomancer. Oh, they already banned Venomancer. They're just being too predictable on Vici. Quincy Crew clearly had at least one strategy coming in about what they were going to do against VG's popular picks. Now they've banned out the Veno. What else does Quincy Crew have up their sleeve here?
And to be clear, that was only the second loss for their Ancient Apparition on the side of Vici Gaming. They'd only lost one game before that. 11 games, 9 wins.
We know they can execute this game plan, but if you have the counters to deal with it, we saw the DK and the Spectre trying to operate on the map, and Lacoste said that Witch Doctor, you're evading in the trees. DK's supposed to have that extra bit of beefiness that you aren't able to finish him off, but that Witch Doctor has exactly his bread and butter. So we got Enchantress. They're all about these strong dual lanes they usually pick in the first round between the 3-4 combo because they've always prioritized Quinn's hero last. And they go for the that is a first. They have put his hero last every single pick of this tournament so far. So they think TA is a good enough hero for them. I wouldn't argue whether or not it's good enough in the meta to pick here, but for them, rather than being such a perfect 10th pick TA game, now they're picking in the second round or second pick.
Venomancer's gone, so that's one matchup that you do not.
The Dire get a ban.
Viper. AUI was talking to me. And what do you think is Leslau's biggest strength? Because he couldn't actually player, but I get like a certain style out of it. And what occurred to me was
seconds.
I always think to myself,
5 seconds remaining.
He is in good matchup. Impressive how he played off the heat. Set up for that one. So good at being able to.
I think he absolutely has a place. Mother, Natecroft, Venomancer. Yeah, they're all like summons based, more so like consistent map pressure. I have to believe my theory would be that it's all the fact that he plays 100. You don't play some like crazy skill based
Dyer's turn to
execution,
pick.
skill shots is what type of heroes when you're dealing with 100. You get to play the macro game. You get to play this oppressive, like, we're going to force reactions. I'm going to constantly wear and tear you down. I've lain against this guy numerous times.
What?
10 seconds.
11. I love all the 11 Timber
Radiant's turn to pick.
Timber Saw! Build,
wow.
You have a Templar Assassin, then you have a nut. Probably. Get up going. Aya Sanj, this
10 seconds.
time.
5 seconds remaining.
Blink. Success. Break mechanic. Of course, the Timber Saw is a little bit annoying. Track tree. Just gotta stun him in the bushwhack.
Down. No, stun.
I can see it. I just... Break mechanics are always kind of... He's already got those reactions. But it's a heavy amount of...
Ludwig Enchantress is kind of... Target for assassin. I want to see
something a little bit more reliable.
Yeah, like a tiny form.
Again.
It is 100% win rate this year. I like Lion a lot for Vici Gaming too. They're gonna most likely pick up. It's heavy on the lockdown side. A lot of teams deal with this Timber Saw. When you get this Timber Saw, you are lacking what you have initiate. Lion's the most popular this.
Dyer's
What has to be imagining that's.
Elder Titan.
They go for one of the better strength supports against Timber Saw in lane.
Decide to swap around, but lane, I gotta try lane.
10 seconds.
I like this, but quite a lot more.
5 seconds remaining.
Fighters from your 5 defense, 5 here. 2 good. It's a good.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Okay, the hero. I believe Virtus Pro only. Not.
Here's the Radiant band.
Bad Rider. They might be setting.
This is a
Dyer's band now.
NPL. Yeah, you also are light on lock. Consider PL. Consider Clark. Heroes that are not only able to remove sticky napalm, but they're high armor or
10 seconds.
That is. So I'm thinking
5 seconds remaining.
Naga Siren if Vici plays it.
Radiant's turn to ban.
So in the regard for that mobility, Juggernaut, Lifesteal, you're not worried about
The thing about these heroes is they're not an issue for. So they could pick them, but if I were Quincy Crew, you definitely should prioritize that with your pick. Pretty damn good Slark game if I.
10 seconds.
I don't know, I've never seen a Chinese carry that doesn't.
5 seconds remaining.
What else is there? They have.
Dyer's band now.
Can't remove the sticky.
particularly.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's weird. You have two last picks. Cruz is going to feel
5 seconds remaining.
Or a lot more underwhelming than I think Vici has a lot of different options. That hero will have a really good game. Well, I think Quincy Crew's most impactful pick is going to be this Batrider, and the carries just kind of got to get out of the laning phase. All the heroes that lane very well against Timber were banned out very smartly by Vici. And so, like, if I'm looking at a carry that's going to do well in its lane, I don't see any. So, kind of just as you are, What are you going to get out of the lane with? What are you going to carry us with? You don't see your matchup. You're not going to have the best lane. Batrider's going to make a ton of space for you. Your PA is going to... They don't have any saves.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Yeah, something that's self-sufficient, willing to retreat. Jungle is the go-to play. Since you don't see your matchup and you're not going to have a great lane, just have a reliable amount of farm moving.
Why Crystal Maiden? My question here. Is it Storm Spirit?
10 seconds.
Timbersaw and Dragonite get sold.
5 seconds remaining. Dire's turn to
Light
pick.
against
Race King.
Assassin.
Oh, against Timber, I would have loved like a Jug, because they don't have any BKB piercing damage on Vici. You have to dodge all of their heroes. K will bully you out of lane in the mid game. Saw will bully you out of the lane in the mid game. I don't like Slark all that much. That hero.
Choose your hero.
Oh, hero. That's an elusive hero.
It checks a lot of the boxes. They don't care about the stick. No stun. Silence it. Dodge pretty much. Dragonline's got a buff. I'm just wondering. Item build. Blade for Maelstrom. The blade might be a bait. Because he just buys a shark.
They changed his security back to the way it used to be, provided you with 8 for you anymore. So I think that's why this hero, he used to have the Treads S and Y build that felt. He doesn't have that go-to item build, and that's why we don't see it meta. But this is the kind of pick I want to see coming out from Vici. Hero we haven't seen at all, but I love Weaver. This have no lockdown from the support. Super well against Batrider, and it doesn't really mind the Wraith King. So as long as the Timbersaw gets this, I think something similar to as Quincy Crew did to them in game.
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Just
on that?
collapse the map, basically secure early towers, not being able to really get out of their own base. On this, saw it happening on. Okay. Weaver's that type of carry.
Being the name of the game, cost.
Yeah,
Who made you cat? Admiral.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check in with our casters. We've got Bogchan and his OD picks.
Oh, thank you, Cap Sensei. We do have a tempo that was set really quickly by Quincy Crew in the last game. Vici seemed to go with a new approach here. Crystal Maiden and an absolutely new hero, Owen, that has not been played in the tournament, Weaver. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, the heroes explained by the panel definitely having a lot of strengths here. I did a little bit of quick research on sort of what we've seen from Poyo before in his Weaver. He's only really played sort of a handful of games in both competitive and in pub, just sort of like a 50% win rate, so nothing too crazy, but maybe, you know, in a game where, you know, a very important match here for them, down a game at the moment, of course, against Quincy Crew, they pull it out. Let's see, as it does have a lot of potential conceptually.
It does. There is a lot of damage that can blow up a hero like Weaver with like the ET. If he does get grabbed by a stun or a lasso, he can just get exploded in 1 or 2 hits, but it does seem like a completely different approach from Vici. Seems like they're not trying to go for this slower pace draft. They're looking to try to match the aggression of Quincy Crew. And I think this pick does suit that. Also with Old 11 playing a hero like his Timbersaw should be able to match the aggression too. At least I hope, because I want to see a much closer series, because Quincy Crew just stomped that last one. And I'm looking forward to see what Crystal Maiden is going to be able to do. Hero that's been only picked twice at this tournament, I believe only by Secret, and I want to say it lost both of those games. I think at least.
Yeah, I mean, what's sort of up with this hero? Why is it in the place that it is right now, and why do you think Vici Gaming did go for it this time?
I think the Enchantress is a big one. Also, it's a good way. It is a hero that can break refraction charges in a decent way. Like, it's not the best, but it is a hero that does have a way to hold back TA. And I think for the most part, it is versus that Ench. And it's just about early game. They want to be able to match this aggression that Quincy Crew was able to set in the last game. And let's see how these lanes end up playing out, because we're going to see a lot of dodging.
I mean, look at this.
Right? They don't want the Timber versus that Batrider. They want the Weaver versus the Batrider, so this is going to be some crazy lane swapping that's coming out. Look, they're just going to sit together.
It looks like we're having a fight over mid. We've got 3 cores down the mid lane, you know. This happens in your pubs. You got Weaver and Timber just chilling mid.
They might jungle
They're still
level
yet
1.
to decide where to go.
I think they're going to jungle together at the start until they see the lane. Let's see.
They've got to make moves, but yeah, as you said, it's fully invested in just trying to get the matchups that they want. But that's at least a minute and a half where you've got both your carry and your off lane just nowhere near a lane.
This is because of the early ward we saw Vici set up with, right? That early ward that they went in deeply to place so they could see the rotation, see the lanes. So it looks like they will be able to get the matchup they want. fllow, he's going to dodge again. Yawar is going to gank the mid lane with the meld from the TA. I love when I see games like this. The dancing lanes.
Yeah.
Look at this CS fight. Dude, PYW is, look at the 6 and 7 on Crystal Maiden, a 1v1 versus Enchantress. That's pretty top tier. That's the excitement that I want.
Let's see how they settle down as Yawar. He's going to show his face up top in that lane against Poyo-Yo. And down the bottom lane, fllow making his way over to this Timber AA lane.
Okay. I've seen tournaments, I've seen games where they literally dual jungle until the lanes are set. So I was kind of expecting that perhaps to happen, but now Quincy Crew, they've got the lane they want. Old 11, is he going to just take the long walk to save his TP? He's off.
He's
so
out of there.
Is he going to walk all the way up there? He's getting his boots. He's walking.
He's walking. He's taking the walk up. He's absolutely walking. He's going to make the long walk elsewhere on the map.
Look at
He does
Poyo-Yo.
not want to play in that bottom lane. And he's making his way
starting
over
to
as
make
well.
the move too. Yep, they're starting to shift. They don't want to get oh my god, they want this Timber versus Wraith King. They want the Weaver versus Bat so badly. Mid, this is the lane that we can enjoy watching. 11-9 on the DK right now versus the TA.
Yeah.
It's actually a lane, and it is a lane where Quinn decided to go for Meld level 1. It's 35 mana, 5 armor reduction, so you see that the DK is a lot lower than usual, but he's winning in last hits quite heavily because of the lack of refraction early from Quinn.
Yeah, big difference to the story that we had in the first few waves last game. In the Puck versus TA, Ori doing it much better this time around with the DK in this matchup. All right, let's see what happens now. Now, do we see Quincy Crew take a walk, or do you think they'll stick with it?
That's too slow. He doesn't have boots either. He's had bottle queued up. Now he's switched to boots queued up, so maybe we do see him swap, but I don't think I want to see them swap too much. You can't overdo it at sometimes, because then you just will be so far behind. It doesn't matter about matchups if you're like 2 levels behind. It's Quinn trying to get aggressive here still with this meld. Top, Yawar. He's in a lot of trouble here.
Charges will be enough, but certainly seeing why Vici Gaming wanted to force this, the Timber versus the Wraith King, huge amounts of burst in the lane that's not going to be easy for Yawar to lane into whatsoever.
I don't think Yawar wants to be up here. I think Yawar actually does have to switch. I don't think he can be up in this versus a Timber. I think he's just going to get destroyed up here otherwise. Like, not only just die, but he's going to get, like, no last hits. I think they're going to have to switch this.
fllow, yeah, TP up to the top lane. Get his boots, so TP up there. He's ready to sort of take Yawar out.
They still have TP on Old 11 though, so Yawar, if he TP's down, Old 11's just got to match it. I think they have to kind of play together for the moment up here. Otherwise, they'll get outmaneuvered by the next TP.
Weaver's
going to switch top. Yep. And now they're going to win the trade. So Vici, they're going to get the exact lane setups they want, but Yawar hasn't yet TP'd. That's the important thing. He's still hanging up here. And fllow looks like he's going to go for a journey.
All right, so still trying to do some big brain calculations here to work out who's actually winning with all these, you know, musical lanes. I mean,
I think it's Vici.
Who is winning? Who's winning these musical lane wars? You would say it's Vici.
Yeah, I would say it's Vici right now. They have a great mid matchup. The Timber saw it in a great matchup versus nobody bottom. Weaver, it's not like he can't lane versus Wraith King at all, so this is just fine for him to be up here even if Yawar stays here. They'll actually be able to put a lot of pressure onto Yawar if these lanes do stick like this. So yeah, I do think Vici's come out ahead now with these little bit of swap-ups that are happening. fllow makes his way all the way back bottom, and we'll see if Old 11 decides to switch it up again, because they still could just change it again, I guess.
We'll TP back up in 20 seconds, Old 11.
Good levels though.
He's just got a TP shipped out as well, so yeah, they've got the means to make moves once more if they want to continue pressure on with those favorable matchups that Vici Gaming have been fighting so hard for over these first 5 minutes of laning.
Nice play there by MSS. His creep gets frostbited, but he immediately purges it off because it was a purge creep, so a bit of a misplay there from PYW. Sentries now being placed in mid lane to watch out for those TA traps. Always something you should do. As soon as TA hits 6, bring a sentry mid. It's free money
Here we
for
go.
your mid laner. And there's the swap again.
And again. Old Levin's back up, ready to lane into the face of Yawar's Wraith King.
fllow, he'll stick around for like 1 or 2 more CS, and then see you later. He's got his Falcon Blade done. How's Yawar's farm? He's got boots and a chain though, so clearly behind.
A lot of attention around mid here. He's LOA. The stop, but they can't step in and do anything though. DY and PYW both here, ready to put on this early expected aggression. VG Gaming around this first Elder Dragon form. Quinn stepping up. Get a little cautious. Has got MSS swinging in from the side as well, starting to force back the 2 supports off VG Gaming. Quincy Crew is trying their best here to limit the damage done to the first tier 1 on this first round of Elder Dragon form from Mori.
Even if we do see these, we can call them funny lane shenanigans of swapping, Vici still sticks to their usual. 6 minutes in, rotate 2 supports mid, try to capitalize on this catapult. They get a decent chunk of damage. Quincy, they respond with the movement, but they don't really stop that damage. It's 572 HP on that mid tower. And now they do have the lane matchups as well that they've been wanting since the beginning of the game. 0-0 though. Bit of a slow start here for both sides, but Vici definitely the ones that are happier. As you are constantly under the gun here.
And he's going to be even more so. You know, Old 11 a few creeps away from the 6. I mean, at that point, I don't think he can lane, at least not on his own. He needs backup, but he is going to have it. We've got LOA and MSS coming over.
He's 6 though. Be careful. Even LOA has to be a bit cautious.
Yeah, Old 11 can kill now. Sees one. Sekiku's heading in. Very tanky. Chain over to the side. Stomp won't be set up in position. So Old 11 will turn with the Chakram. Another chain to get away. Old 11, he's going to be fine. Leslau taking a heavy damage here from the Chakram. That at the A, not quite enough. Leslau will manage to make it out alive.
What was that, like 8 HP or something he lives with? That was very close for Leslau to live. Nice rotation though, attempting to go for the kill onto the Timbersaw, but that Chakram plus the slow from CM will push them away.
Is about to take the plunge.
And now fllow, he has a free lane.
He does, he's going to be able to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tap on him as well. Stepping 8 minutes in, it's a lot of damage being done here. Swinging over, Elder Dragon Ball ready to go again.
Bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Yeah, this is quick moves from Vici.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant
Quinn looking to respond on mid.
Game plan, what we saw last game. So far, it's looking like a very positive improvement here from the approach of Vici Gaming against Quincy Crew's playstyle.
Is under attack.
Yeah, last game they were already, what, like 2k plus gold behind? I think it was 3k gold lead at 9 minutes for Quincy, so definitely weathering their storm this time. Definitely having a much better response versus this early aggressive draft. MSS, he steps up too far.
There she get PYW. He's able to hold back Quinn. Quinn can't get him for the final hit onto the CM as PYW is going to be fine. Vici Gaming hold the mid, and yeah, finally that first blood coming in here at 9 minutes in as Vici Gaming push back the aggression from Quincy Crew around the mid tier 1.
And Yawar has to just straight up jungle, because even now, laning versus Weaver is not going to be the easiest thing in the world because of how far behind he is. He doesn't really have a great place in the game to be on this Wraith King anymore because of these lane swaps. It's really just come out quite heavily favored for Vici.
Dire's courier just
went going to be a very slow start for Yawar here.
He was crucial last game. He had such a good performance with his aggressive maneuvers throughout the whole game. I think that'll hurt them a lot.
They're likely to have, Ori, only stiff, the first 10 minutes or anything to go by this game. His Blink Dagger's going to be coming at a very good time. We saw last game as the puck, he really struggled to, I think it was sort of about 17 minutes in when he got the Blink Dagger done. This time round, he's going to be back on track, hitting the quick timings. He sits top net worth, played the lane perfectly. MSS be able to take away the arcane rune from him. Top lane Leslau, kind of aggressive onto Old 11. He's got the 5 stacks of napalm, but the backup's coming in. fllow swinging in with the TP, and DY chasing down the Batrider as Leslau, he'll get taken out. fllow seizing the opportunity to make these aggressive rotations, keep that pressure up with the Falcon Blade, the Javelin. He hits hard, and he's very, very slippery. It's not going to be easy for Quincy Crew to contain some of these elusive heroes like the Timbersaw and the Weaver in these early engagements.
They're starting to just get ran at themselves like they were doing last game. Mid tower's about to die, bottom tower's already dead. Weaver's starting to contest Ancients. fllow drop slow, but he's got a big wand. They're going to get all 3 tier 1s.
See the counts play here from Quincy Crew. They look for the setup onto PYW. The start setup. Now they'll get a kill out of this. Very, very early timing here to lose these structures. Really is, yeah. Vici Gaming doing everything right so far. Still yet to see Quincy Crew's ability to slow down what Vici Gaming's come into this game too with.
Looking to go for old 11 again here. They don't have the way to catch up to him. And the important thing to point out this time too is the reason we saw this DK be so squishy last game is because they had a Venomancer and they had the Spirit Vessel super early on. This game, they don't have that. They have the Bat Rider at the very least, who is going to be that high potent magic damage, but they're not going to have a Vessel Bile. They're not going to have that constant whittle of magic damage either, like they had from Leslau as a Veno last time. So it does feel a lot harder of an approach here from Quincy, especially with Yawar so far behind from the start.
I mean, and if you're Quincy here, 11 minutes in, you know, what sort of game are Quincy going to be looking to play? Are we going to see close to sort of the attempt to fight back from them that we saw, you know, them leading the charge with in Game 1? Or is it going to be a bit more of a safe sort of sit back, just keep the space open for Yawar and try and play for the scaling?
I don't know if they can play for the scaling, but the problem is that they don't have the same ways of map control, like area control that they did last time because of that Venomancer. Like that Veno controls so many extra things of damage control. It also controls map control because you put these Plague Wards all over the place, and then it allows Yawar to do whatever he wants, and Yawar is just, he's off to a slow start. So it feels like it's not going to be, but they want to do the same approach, but they just can't because they don't have the same type of hero. So ET is not a Witch Doctor either. It's an ET who needs his teammates to have a good start for him to do anything as
There's DY. Very nicely set up on the high ground there. Lesau steps into the combo. So the cold feet kick in. Old 11 easily able to line up that final bit of damage to push him underneath the threshold. So yeah, DY just standing there on the high ground, and Vici Gaming taking full control here at the jungle of Quincy Crew. And ready to smoke up, go for more. Ori leading the charge. He has that blink. Gets the
He's so strong right now.
Gonna be a dead hero. You know, 5 seconds. Ice Blast is gonna be back up. Keep good position on the high ground. Outside, MSS will get caught on the low ground. Maybe times for a turnaround here for Quincy Crew. They're in with the stop. PYW's gone. Yawar, he's in onto DY. They take out the 2 supports. Quincy Crew, they're going to look to try and push on and make the most out of this. They're charging down Ori. Ori's still rather tanky. They'll let the DK be in on the side. You have Old 11 coming in. And they look towards Leslau, but Leslau with a great knockback with a flame ready to lasso. He has the lockdown. A third kill for Quinn. As Quincy Crew bring together an incredible movement there. Quinn, 3 kills for him. That's shot his game right up to the top of the net worth here on the TA.
And Yawar's caught back up completely. He's ahead, or was tied up and ahead now of the Timbersaw, and it's almost tied with the Weaver. They're making it happen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Huge moves there from Quincy Crew. Into what, you know, was Vici Gaming. You know, they wanted to make the jump. They were smoked up, moving in with the blink. Quincy Crew's positioning on the high ground, the ability to just burst, catch the 2 supports, sets them up for success and gets their cause back on track after a bit of a slow start.
Yeah, Vici, they had the Bat Rider killed, right? So they tried to make this aggressive move, but they jumped the Enchantress. And Ench just stands there with Untouchable, and that's literally what she was. They just ignored the DK. Then when Bat Rider respawns, they see Old 11 way out of position, and he's the damage. That Timbersaw will still be able to get brought down when the Bat's there. Quincy, some good recognition of what they need to do in the game, even when they were at this bit of a deficit after laning phase. Losing 3 tier 1s and still able to fight back. DY.
Scott, Ori showing in the way. Ooh, quick link back over the lane just in time. The damage comes in. They might still get a grab here. Leslau charging straight over on top of PYW. PYW looking to hold his ground with the ultimate, but you are in with a Raid Fire Blast. PYW will get taken out. Vici Gaming, they're thinking about fighting back here, bringing Poyoyo into the action. Towards Yawar and Leslau. Yawar has got the reincarnation to rely on. Won't even need to have it popped here as they managed to back off. Old 11 joining the fray as well. Quincy Crew keeping themselves safe and in that favorable position up on the high ground here as Vici Gaming continue to stick around. Stop. To catch Poyoyo. Quick dodge with the Shikuchi. He's fine.
He has to be careful. If he does get caught by a stomp and he gets lassoed, he will die on this Weaver still.
Relic. Meanwhile, Poyoyo's progress after the Maelstrom, getting those stats up. Dragon Lance has been completed.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a
Still
stiff wind.
very annoying hero to deal with in these moments of the game, Poyoyo. If he's able to slip around the fight, he will have no struggle chipping away at some of these backliners of Quincy Crew that are going to struggle to lock him down if Vici Gaming are able to sort of just bombard themselves on top of Quincy Crew at the same time, with Poyoyo sneaking around the backlines, Ori and Old Levin just charging into the front of the action head first.
fllow, looks like they get a scan, they get a read of where the DK is at the moment. It looks like he wanted to go for PYW, but gonna wait for a moment. Does have the Wraith King in the area, and as we said, Yawar is completely caught back up. And Wraith King over a Weaver, you know, this is just a hero that's much more commonly picked for a reason. It's a much stronger carry overall in the game. Weaver was picked just because there is that Bat Rider, just because there is that limited disable on the side of Quincy. As Poyoyo will evade the stomp, so it should be fine. fllow looking for an opportunity.
He's going to go over the lasso. TP's coming in on massive from Vici Gaming, as that's not going to work out for fllow. It's burnt out here by Ori.
I think he thought Ori left, right? Like, he was sitting in the trees for so long, just waiting and waiting and waiting. PYW keeps inching forward, so he's like, okay, you know what? This CM is alone. And then, nope, the DK is still just babysitting a CM, which I can't blame fllow for trying to go for the kill. Like, who's going to babysit a CM like that?
Vici Gaming smart. They want to get more done with the Sail to Dragon. Old Levin jumping in onto Quinn. He has got the Desolator coming out. Get the Dragon Tail stun off onto him. Quinn getting blown up completely. The Ice Blast laid down on the TA. Quinn's got a big splitter out onto the three of them. Is there any damage follow-up from Quincy Crew? It doesn't look like it. fllow's gone. Yawar's out the first time. Vici Gaming, they're going to look to set up, but take him down a second time without any difficulty whatsoever. Vici Gaming very quick to make moves after stopping fllow from getting to any action up top, swinging over to mid and continuing to add to the counter, getting the jump in onto this TA and Wraith King, which for as much as they're keeping up on farm, these two cores just not nearly as prepared to be caught in the action as Vici Gaming's lineup has been able to gear up for.
And I think they're starting to realize that the Bat Rider now, fllow just respawned. Look, he botches in under this creep and just dies instantly. So they buy a Blink Dagger on the Wraith King. They're starting to recognize that they don't really have the setup to start fights. It's really just Vici who's always going to be able to do them themselves, unless Vici's just totally out of position. Nice play, MSS. 4-step onto the Centaur to stop PYW.
Trying to make his way back to safety, but the Dragon Tail and the Ice Blast is in again. They're able to blow up Quinn. Old Levin, he's able to seek out more here by the looks of it as he charges out towards Yawar. Yawar reincarnates still on very long cooldown. Two core kills yet again here for Vici Gaming, as things are starting to fall apart a little bit here from Quincy Crew. A second time losing the carries that desperately need to get that farm. Quinn and Yawar out of the game. And there's no doubt about it, Vici Gaming's approach here in game 2 is just hitting so much harder against Quincy Crew's style.
And Yawar, he bought the blink. He bought the blink, jumps in, dies instantly. Now they don't really have that skill and carry for themselves, as Weaver starting to take advantage. Same thing for the DK. And DK already has BKB, and he is going for more of a carry build. He's got Imp Claw in his bags, he's got an AC queued up. This is definitely starting to look really hard here for Quincy Crew, with this bat being just so far behind. MSS is farmed on this Enchantress because he was given the lane for such a long time, but these two quick smokes, these two quick movements from Vici have kind of just broken the game. Old 11 already has a Lotus.
Quincy Crew, they're not to be deterred, straight away with the smoke. They want to try and get a catch.
Got the blink.
I'll look for Old 11. Got the lasso, and with the splitter, they do have enough overbearing damage to take down Timbersword, despite how farmed Old 11 is right now. They have enough with the full squad taking him out.
They got to get a lot more farm on the map, though. Yawar, because he's gone for Blink Dagger, like, he needs to be given every single opportunity of that safe farm. See, fllow taking the bottom wave, I really think you have to give everything to Yawar to be able to carry this game. Otherwise, all your eggs are in the Quinn basket. And it's a TA, but he's into some tough matchups. There's a lot of small instances of damage that will always be bothering him. A lot of different control, too, between the CM and the DK. That will be tough for Quinn to carry versus. And it's 20 minutes on, and they haven't been able to get the Roche yet, right? So that's always a bit of a concern when you're playing with the TA.
You know, the BKB at least is going to be pretty huge for Quinn. You know, this is a game where he pops that BKB. Not a lot that Vici Gaming can do through it. So we'll give him good timing in the fight to try and take out a hero or two before they're able to fight back. Well, he needs to get it done. Old 11. Pressure on hunting down Quinn in the trees. He's out with the TOR. Stop to that.
Is ult? 1 second. Okay, it's back up.
It's back up.
That was close.
He's ready to go for round 2. Quinn has turned up. The BKB's done for Ori, though. Quick jump out of the side. A solid stomp from LOA will hold on to the 3 members of VG Gaming. MSS as well with a follow-up stomp from the Centaur. Will stop VG Gaming being able to pull together a fight around the remainder of the Dragon form and the BKB. So only the Reincarnate down for that. They won't lose anything else. Quincy Crew able to break up the fight and put it to a stop.
That was so damn close, though. Literally 1 second, and he would have been dead. Lasso back up in 10 seconds. It really feels like they can only make moves on Quincy Crew when they have Lasso up. So they have to get big targets. And it's not going to be Poyoyo, because Poyoyo, he has Lincolns. So now he's fully covered versus the disable that Quincy Crew is lacking. He's tanky, too.
Immensely solid on the Weaver, and the itemization perfect here from Poyoyo. ED Rune at the availability here for Quincy Crew. He's going to be able to swing across and take that. Still not of course, quite having that BKB done. Still very hard for Quinn to commit unless he can rely on the solid control. These big stomps again. You know, if LOA can continue to do this, get these multi-man stomps on the back lines, it will give space for Quinn to lock down, maybe burst through a target with the Deso and the DD.
So hard for them to reliably grab this Weaver, though. They have to literally like stomp him and to run in and to force staff him to break the Lincolns and to grab him with a lasso. It's too difficult for them to really go for the Weaver. And that smoke won't be successful. Vici now grouping up. And Old 11 just keeps parking himself in mid. I don't think he cares even if he gets gone on, because then he's preventing them from any access to Roshan, which I think is just the needed thing that Quincy Crew has to finally in this game. Vici has great control of the map.
Crew. If we can poke out any reaction here from Ori. Ori keeping his cool for the most part. Oh, the stomp, actually getting helped out by the neutral creep there. Centaur coming out, stomping Quincy Crew in return.
Holds BKB.
Not wanting to chase too far. Keeping it cool, Ori. I mean, he knows really. I mean, I guess if he gets lasso, maybe they can burst him, but even then, it's not going to be easy. He is very tanky, very likely to be able to get the BKB off at a later stage in the fight. Doesn't have to be too snappy on pressing it.
Especially if he has any backup, like the Timber Saw being there. I'm pretty sure Old 11 says, I got you, throws the Lotus on him. Then even if you get lassoed, you're just standing in place. Only way Quincy gets the kill on a DK is if they grab him and pull him totally out of position. And even then, it's pretty difficult to kill Orion under those circumstances. Zentorosh, I really feel like Quincy Crew has to contest this. Yeah.
Yeah. They lose this Roshan, you know Beach is going to be coming with some towers. Oh, well, okay, they're going to lose Roshan then. Quinn's out, 50 seconds, caught out to the side. They might catch more of Vici. And trying to see Leslau trying to get it away. As Leslau, he's out, but yeah, with TA down, he has his buyback. He's just got enough money for the buyback, but that would mean putting his BKB on hold for a very long time. I think they may just have to let this go to VG Gaming with Quinn dying like
They have to. Yeah, dude, he got soloed by the 2 supports. He just got frostbit into an ice vortex, into a CM ulti, and just dies. Avoid the stun.
There we have
back
it.
into
VG
Roche.
Gaming. Aegis into the hands of Poyoyo. I mean, you're saying already with the Lincolns, they can't really catch and kill him. Doing it twice. This is going to be so hard. Level 18 on Poyoyo. 10 for 7, 7k lead from VG Gaming. Quincy Crew, they've got a lot of heavy work ahead of them here if they want to try and turn this one around.
And they want to try to reclaim their outpost because it's been, what, 4 or 5 minutes at least that the side of Vici's had this secondary outpost. So looking at the experience lead, you're really starting to see the difference. Sure, 8k gold lead, but 10k plus experience lead for the side of Vici. Quickly starting to get out of control here for Quincy.
This is much more the level that you expected to see from VG Gaming coming out here in the second game. And always just very refreshing to see them do it. Sort of this deep into the tournament with heroes that you don't really see it. CM and in particular this week from Poyoyo's game so far, they're definitely, there wasn't a better hero. This was the perfect pick for Vici Gaming. And Poyoyo, he is having an amazing time so far.
Where are you going?
Perfect picks and perfect itemization so far. Lincoln gets broken, but
and again.
instantly able to Shuki out.
Dire's middle tower
So
is
hard to
under
catch this
attack.
man.
Middle tower has fallen.
Managed to brute force down the tier 1 tower. A little bit of money back into the pockets of Quincy Crew.
Quincy's been able to get pretty much no vision out on the map either. They have TA traps, but look at the sentries and wards. They have like 1 or 2 wards that have been placed out very defensively, and we've seen this so much from the Chinese teams. There's still some of the few ones that do this, buying an early gem. DK now has gem. Ori is going to take out every single trap, take out every single ward that Quincy Crew does have, and then you just start to get suffocated off the map. And you see the itemization coming out. I believe it was Lacoste who was saying it on the panel. Kaya saying on this Timber Saw, if he wants to go for some disassembled Bloodstone into Halberd, he can do that. And it's really starting to feel like Quincy Crew has no damage.
And look at this jump! Straight up to the high ground here. We're going to see Ori try and commit. We've also the counterplay from Lezal with the lasso. They've lost the ET. BKB's out, taking a lot of damage here. Ori, he's actually going to die for this.
Wow.
That is not overextension. That's going to hurt. That's the DK down for a full minute. See if Quincy Crew can get anything more out of this. As we're going to have Old Lemon get back in aggressive action. Goes straight in over towards Lesnar. Poyoyo's heading over with the Shikuchi. Lesnar, can he get himself onto the high ground with the Firefly Camp? But the damage is done. Poyoyo takes down the bat.
The Maelstrom proc.
Radiant's
11.
Trying to poke them, but he's got no BKBs. BKB's on full out. Quinn going to get back up to the high ground. Refraction is back up. Old 11 getting in under the tier 4s. We see Yuan charging over towards DY. Old 11's going to turn his attention back over towards Yuan. Yuan has got the reincarnation. Continuing to fight at these tier 2s. They'll bring down Yuan. The once Poyoyo will get the time lapse off. Trap slow, but the Raid 5 blast already used. They're not going to have any further control for Poyoyo, and he still has that Aegis.
A golden thread.
I'm surprised they can even bring down this DK, who had a fresh AC finished up when he goes to high ground, but committing every single spell up to him. Yeah, I think that caught him off guard. I thought he was going to survive as well, but a bit too deep under the tier 3.
Radiant's middle
A
tower
little bit of a
is
dive.
under
We'll
attack.
give Quincy Crew a bit of time. And of course, the lead's still growing there for Vici Gaming with kills that they're able to pick up. 11k advantage.
And Old 11 still bullying Yuar.
Yeah, he's still happy to play aggressive into the face of Quincy Crew. He knows that he's not an easy hero at all to deal with for Quincy Crew's heroes.
Would have been huge if Quincy was able to pick up the gem that was dropped on the ground there from that whole fight, but Old 11 was quick, jumped in, recovered it for his team, and then back to business.
They go Quincy Crew. For these pickoffs, they know during the downtime from Vici Gaming, with the confidence and lead that Vici have, they will be playing the map
DY
rather
knows.
split up.
Look at DY circled the whole area up there. He's probably telling Ori, get out of there. That's probably where they're going to look to make their next move.
Ori might be telling that. I don't know if Ori's hearing it. As they get him with the jump, that's Ori gone again. Another big kill onto the DK. We'll give Quincy Crew a little bit of something. They think they continue to get more of this. These are big kills to find when you are down as much as Quincy Crew is.
Yeah, DY was literally, if you looked at the map, there was ferocious circles being drawn in that area from the AA. Ori does get picked off again and gives some more breathing room to Quincy, which they really desperately do need.
I mean, they're pretty much at every minute that the Ori is off the map, they know it's a full minute where there won't be any sort of high ground push coming in from Vici Gaming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Grab the Skadi next. BKB now done on Leslav, so he's going to have a much easier time getting in. Successfully living long enough to drag someone out of the action with the lasso.
He still has had some very successful ones. Sure, one or two of his deaths maybe looked a little funny, in particular that one mid, but he's had some really good choices, really good grabs. Just Vici playing too well as in an area, and they're getting so much farm on the map. Like, look at PYW. He almost has BKB on Crystal Maiden too, so another element they're gonna have to be careful of. Sometimes you're not too afraid of a Crystal Maiden, but with the BKB, limited disables coming on their side, like you don't want to have to expend Lasso on CM. They thankfully do have at least an Earth Splitter that can interrupt it a bit, but yeah, it's still going to be a bit difficult when he does get this.
Yeah, PYW is able to find the timing around the BKBs of Quincy Crew to sit there and just let it go with the ultimate. It's going to be a huge nuisance for Quincy Crew to try and fight into or try and escape from.
We three things.
Quincy Crew. You see fully grouped up around the mid. Got a smoke, but they want to try and go for it. They do have a smoke on MSS, but not looking to actively do too much right now. Quinn just working on his next items, is going for the MKB. Sure
and as we see there,
up the damage.
As we see there, old 11, he's starting to do that disassemble. Got his Bloodstone, probably going to build a halberd next with that Sun. So I think Quinn is...
To kill this Poyo Weaver at any point onwards now. Not really any item that Quincy Crew are close to that's ever going to make it easier to fight this Weaver.
No, they're going to have some dream, like, multi-hero stomp into ET Splitter to be able to take out these three unbelievably tanky cores. 3,200 HP Timbersaw, 3,300 DK, and like you said, Weaver near 3,000 when he has that Scotty finished up. Yeah, they need absolutely everything to connect perfectly. They're looking for some type of play here, too. Looking to play around Vision. Oh, the glyph. Nobody uses the shield on the courier.
I mean, it's good job.
I swear nobody uses
it. Would have been the halberd out.
Yeah.
On 11, he's keeping fully focused.
Two big item timings, too. Picked up for them there, finishing up that halberd and the Scotty, same time. Very effective items versus ranged carries, like TA.
Blessings.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Roche 5 seconds. Trap is inside the pit, but it feels like fighting around there for Quincy Crew's not going to be easy.
Beach Gaming definitely being a bit safer now, even though they still do have this sizable lead. They don't want to let Ori die like he has the last few times.
No.
And he's very close to his next big old item. The Aghanim's 1,000 gold away from being completed. Nevertheless, they will go for a smoke. They know that they're so strong right now. A quick jump. They can catch Quincy Crew off guard. It's going to render teamfight almost impossible. Quincy Crew are going to try and get the jump themselves. They'll smoke up.
So sneaky.
Sweeping into the jungle of Vici Gaming. I mean, both teams are going to miss each other completely here. And ended up with Vici Gaming sort of being on the high ground. They're going to try and sneak the Roche. They get away with this? I don't think so. We'll see over to the side. Ori's coming. He's going to put the BKB Yawar as well. Head straight over towards PYW. Trying to get rid of the CM, but PYW is able to get the BKB with the 4-star buff. He's up to the high ground and he's away. Turn over towards Ori, but the Dragon Tail Stone He hasn't put his BKB yet. They'll force him over towards the pit. Trying to keep Quinn safe. We'll turn with the Melted. Now put the BKB. Jump over the lasso. But look down Poyo. Lunasor's going to be fighting over Poyo. Poyo's fine. He's able to get the time lapse off. The stop will catch him. It doesn't matter. Poyo's still good to go. Turns over towards Quinn. Quinn turns with the Melted. They pull Yawar down once. They'll be able to take him out a second time. Poyo gets the double. Gets out of there. Ichi gets cut down by the chakra. 4 down. They'll find MSS as well. It's going to be a full team wipe here by Vici Gaming. With that in the bag, they'll take the Roche for themselves as well. Nothing to be done here by Quincy Crew as Vici Gaming with a full crisp cleanup there.
They almost take out the Weaver, but they covered each other so nicely. Vici getting the nice initiation to jump in from the DK because he knows he's invulnerable. Oh, Ori blinking into the spot. I think everyone knows about it now. You get stuck inside this little spot in the trees, but look at the way they covered him. They Lotus him, they Lincolns him immediately. Quinn just gets isolated, gets grabbed up. Sure, they grab the Weaver, but he's able to get the defensive time lapse off, and that's just the fight. They can only kill Crystal Maiden, and there's what we were talking about is damage issues. Not because their lineup lacks damage, but because Vici's heroes are just so damn tanky, they can only kill a Crystal Maiden.
They really are. Straight up to the high ground. Quincy Crew will be back up relatively soon, but damage certainly going to be done here by Vici Gaming. Got a fortification to rely on. Aegis Weaver. She's DK. What on earth do you do about these heroes if you're Quincy Crew? Losing the barracks.
Middle barracks have fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are taking water.
And there's the Black Dragon as well. So even scarier now for these 3 cores. Quincy crew maybe have 1 fight left in them. Even then, it's not going to be a pretty one.
No, not at all. That last one was anything to go by. How cleanly Vici Gaming just destroyed them. And you know, just looking at this network, Poyoyo again. You know,
it's huge.
Looking at the stats from him, not a hero that you've come to see from him a lot, but it just huge hats off here for Vici Gaming. His availability to get it in, pull it out at this stage of the tournament, when you know people aren't going to be expecting it, and just play it as well as Poyoyo has. He's been having a perfect performance on this one. This is really some top-class stuff from him.
Yeah, when it's a Weaver game, it is a good Weaver game, right? There's only like 1 stun he has to worry about. Sure, if he gets hit by a stomp, but that shouldn't happen at these type of caliber players. The only thing he had to be worrying about was that lasso, and they covered him. Lincoln's Lotus played the map cleanly, dominated early game, got the gem, and just continue to run away with it. Quincy crew, yeah, like we said, 1 more fight left in them, and even that one's going to be extremely difficult.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's
Close
top
to any items here, Quincy crew. You are. AC would certainly help.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Not too far off it, but he's probably not going to get the chance to finish. They're already at the tier 3 tower here on this top lane. Vici Gaming pushing in for a second set of racks. What's the response here from Quincy crew? Dubois really doesn't want to head back until he's managed to pick up that plate mail. The damage, it's being done to the racks, as with the aggression and power that this Black Dragon holds, the barracks have no chance. Take a second set of racks here, Vici Gaming. Nothing that Quincy Crew's able to do to even start to at least attempt to push them back.
They just have to watch their base get sieged. Still no AC. They're going for the big wraparound. They have to get through these super tanky cores, take out the supports at the very least.
They're going to throw everything down on a PYW. They want to get rid of the CM and they'll be able to do so. That's PYW down. They'll turn over towards Ori, but the BKB's up. Stop. We'll catch on to both Poyoyo and Old 11. Quinn pushing in and pick up the damage to throw in Old 11. They don't. They'll put the Bloodstone, start to heal up. Walks back up to the high ground. Quinn also able to get back. Still holding on to the BKB charge here, Quinn. Another great fire blast onto Old 11. Old 11. Chakram up onto White, able to cut him down the ones. Now let's turn towards Quinn. Disarms him here with the halberd. He's going to get blown up immediately a second time now with the ice blast coming crashing down upon him. Quinn will put the BKB in, but Poyo's in with the control of the damage with this Scardy. He's just cleaning them up, pushing Quincy Crew back to base. GG is cool. There's game 2. Vici Gaming coming in with a fantastic change to the strategy after what we saw from them in game 1. They sort of read the way the Quincy Crew wants to play Dota 2 from the first game, and their response to it here in this second game was nothing less than impressive from start to finish. The final pick Weaver, they do it a little differently, and it just works so well against Quincy Crew.
They never let Yawar have a game in this game. I think that's the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway for me.
off guard by her. They responded well in their draft by doing something unorthodox with the Weaver. Just like BSJ pointed out, they didn't really have that much for him. And overall, it looked really good.
Yeah, it's rare you see something like a Weaver these days coming through, snaking in. But in a game like that, there's just not a lot they can do about it.
Actually, a pick that was very popular at the beginning of the season in CN and SCA.
Oh.
Because it was drafted versus Trolls, sometimes versus Raid Kings. But the problem is the meta wasn't really ripe and ready for the Weaver. Meanwhile, right now, you see a game and you're like, not only is it good versus the Raid King, but overall it's just a solid pick. Plus the itemization. There's so many analysts that hate it, but man, this Falcon Blade, Maelstrom build just allows you to farm and be active early on. I love it. No boots, nothing like that. You don't need them.
The Falcon Blade feels like a replacement Aquila, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I have no gripes with that item. I think one of the coolest things about Dota is you can make any hero viable in the right circumstances, and VG just showed that to us.
Especially in this patch, right? In this tournament even. Like we've already seen the meta completely shift from what we had at the beginning. We've seen, at the beginning, Tiny was one of the highest contested heroes. Now he is completely forgotten. Yeah, they picked it in the last game. We saw how it worked out. There's a reason why it's on very, very low win rate. I think 0% still.
Oh, here it comes. Here comes the tiny hate from Lizard again. Very.
What do you mean from me? Everyone
That's a core
hate
hero.
That hero.
Yeah, it is a core hero
That's a core
indeed.
hero.
Yeah, that's how I scratch my head as well when I do something bad and my brother hits me.
Yes.
Tiny is a core hero. But that's actually something interesting, because when I first got here, BSJ told me, you're going to see something really cool, which is you're going to be able to watch the meta evolve throughout the tournament firsthand, and it's not going to be something that you have gotten to experience before. And seeing it happen over the last couple of days, especially with like this Nature's Prophet and this Witch Doctor recently, and maybe a Weaver, maybe other teams are going to remember this hero as well. It's been really awesome to be a part of something like that.
Oh, that's really beautiful.
Yeah.
The first thing BSJ told me when I arrived at the tournament is, I hope Quincy Crew wins, but don't tell anyone. So, hope nobody finds that out. As we see the matchups here. Gotta say, Dragon Knight, this hero is still, despite everyone knowing about it, everyone picking it, still able to pop off in these games.
Yeah, still very solid, especially when you have a decent laning stage from him. I also like the Batrider pick up the response for the Timbersaw to find some way of killing him, but we've seen so many times, you pick this Bat, you're supposed to be killing the Timbersaw before or immediately after he takes your first tower. You TP, you kill him as he is going deep into your safe lane. It just doesn't work, and especially when you get a good itemization like he did, get that early Lotus Orb that helped out not only himself but the Weaver too. Weaver later on itemized into the Lincolns. Just overall very, very solid performance coming from Vici Gaming in Game 2. But let's be real, we didn't expect them to get 0-2 tier, right?
No, we didn't. We were hoping that they would come back with this kind of cool stuff. Elder Titan and Crystal Maiden. I didn't really talk about that. What did you think of CM's performance in that game?
She was there. She gave mana.
She was fine. Her fast fight was pretty useful,
Yeah.
actually. We saw her use it on TA and just walk away a
Sure.
couple of times.
Helpful.
Yeah, teams finding different ways of dealing with Enchantress, right?
She's actually not a weak lane support, Crystal Maiden. She has a lot of spells that are spammable, and she provides like a global aura, which is always going to be helpful. I just don't think she's as good as other supports, but the fact that they were able to pick her and make her work was really nice. Also, she synergizes very well with Weaver, because Weaver has serious mana issues,
Yeah.
which is part of the reason why he fell off, I think.
It's one of my favorite parts about these big major tournaments, because you get to see these pocket heroes come out in just the right circumstance, and then I feel like almost people forget how to play against them.
For sure.
Everyone knows how to play against a Nyx Assassin right now and a Grimstroke right now, but you see something like a CM and you're like, what spells are that again? Hold up.
You're so right, because even though you played versus this hero 1,000 times, if you didn't play against it in the last couple of weeks or perhaps a month, you don't have that exact feeling how much damage they deal or how potent they are in the laning stage. We saw the same thing in the last game with the Witch Doctor. Right? Like Witch Doctor completely caught off guard the DY plus Wraith King combination on the safe lane. And then later on as well, you could see the same thing, but in the... Like, I'm proving your argument again. Grimstroke with his Aghanims, which is so strong, but everyone has adapted to it. And PYW, he makes the clone of the Wraith King. It instantly gets demolished and they all tip him. Because everyone knows what's happening. Everyone is expecting it. Meanwhile, if you pick that Grimstroke 2 months ago and you use the same Aghanims that early on, maybe you would be caught off guard and wouldn't really react to it.
Yeah, I think I saw that specifically against Nico Baby Slark, and it was ripping it up in one of the games. So, cat boys looking out for each other. Human girl, not really supporting the theory.
I'm a fan of cats, and I will support you.
Are you a fan of kawaii cat boys?
Sure.
Well, okay, well that didn't seem sincere.
Yeah, no, they're
Sure,
cool.
Slacks.
I mean, I'm
you're
not
likable.
against them.
You're likable.
They're fine. They're fine. I just prefer kawaii cat girls.
I see.
I think we all do.
Lizard, I think you should be a
To each his own.
VTuber.
VTuber?
Yeah.
Like, what should be my character?
I don't know. They got to come from your soul, your
From my-
ayaya soul.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I have some Billies in mind that I could act as.
Yeah, if you had to be a VTuber animal, I think that's what they usually do, right? They go off an animal or something. What would you be?
Can I be...
Interesting.
I won't be a lizard. That's...
Oh yeah, that's probably a pretty easy answer.
Yeah.
Jesus, you're so stupid. Yeah, obviously you're a lizard, sir.
I mean, you were asking me, so I guess I should be something else, right?
No.
You could be a lizard.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be a lizard. I would be a salamander instead.
Wow. Fire themed? Very cool. All right. Well, I think we've covered enough time. Let's get back to the game.
Salamanders are cool. Also, Natsu from Fairy Tail, they called him the salamander.
Who? The fairy tale?
Natsu.
All right, what's the worst anime you've ever seen?
I've said it already.
Make some enemies.
Black Clover.
Okay, say a different one.
Black Clover.
Okay. My sister used to watch Sailor Moon.
Oh, that one is great.
Mm,
Yeah, I love Sailor Moon.
not a fan.
Yeah, I watched it when I was like 7, 8, 9. I don't know. Yeah, it's great. I love it. It's the best one.
Okay.
Sailor Moon.
I'm not going to get into it. I'm highly disturbed by your deep knowledge of Sailor Moon.
Sailor
So,
Moon is the best.
okay, take it easy.
I like
Go.
the one with the black cat. Can't remember.
I believe her name was Sailor Moon.
Usagi? Yeah, Usagi was best.
Yeah, that's Sailor Moon. Thank you very much. We've covered all the lore of that series now, I believe, as we're ready to return to the very serious Dota. Let's remind our audience where we're at here, friendzo. Somebody's going home in this elimination game after working their booties off for the major. You win this game, you go against EG. But you win that game, which seems nearly impossible, you make it to the grand finals. This
They're
is
really
pretty
close.
tough. You're very close.
It's pretty tough, and it just went past us so fast. Like we've been here for what 10 days when it comes to the tournament.
Can't believe that.
I can't believe it as well because every single day has been so ultra packed by games. Such a good quantity of quality Dota, and yeah, these teams, all of them, they deserve to be where they are. And Quincy Crew have proven that in this series. Like, there were some questions before if they had an easy run here or not, but after this series, no one can doubt them.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be exciting to see how this grand final is going to shake up. So we have a lot of teams, but there's a lot of different chances here. We could have NA v NA. Oh, wait, no, that couldn't happen in the grand finals, but that might happen next series.
Yep.
But it looks like no matter what happens, it's going to be NA versus China in the grand finals. So, you know what? I have to say kind of not.
Wait.
Oh, wait. Almost SEA.
There's T1 as well.
T1 is still here.
Man, how can you forget this team literally reignited my love for Dota, like watching them in SEA, because the first 2 weeks, they were not looking like a team at all.
Yes.
Once they got 23 Savage, it was just a disaster. But they picked it up so fast with Cuckoo in that leading role as a drafter, as the captain. They've been on an upward trajectory for a really long time.
Yeah, that is really going to be a test too. But I think if anyone can beat LGD right now, it is T1. I mean, LGD are looking really, really good, but I mean, they have so much up their sleeves.
I will actually agree with that because what I learned watching T1 yesterday is they have incredible execution and ability to play the map, which is what you need to have going against the team like LGD.
I'm sorry, I'm getting so excited about the Dota. We cannot forget that we are about to enter into a Game 3 of this series. So, you think anything crazy is going to come out here?
I hope so.
Yeah?
Sure.
Specific hero? Elder Titan was in the last game. Are we going to see another ET?
Perhaps
Do
not.
you remember a hero that was banned out versus Vici Gaming all the time? Nyx and Broodmother. The meta has shifted all the way around that we might even jump back into those standard ones again.
There's no worse fate than losing a Game 3 to a Broodmother, especially if it's like a last pick. That's as rough as it gets.
It gets worse.
No. You guys afraid of spiders?
No.
No?
No.
Me neither. Weak.
They're actually quite helpful if you think about it. If you have a spider in your room, right, and it's weaved its web and it's not bothering you, it's just going to kill all the annoying flies and mosquitoes that come into your house in the summer.
Yeah, mosquitoes, they're the ones that we should hate.
Yes.
And be afraid of.
I don't think anyone likes mosquitoes.
I hate them.
I don't think anyone's out there praying that mosquitoes make it and having conversations about them surviving.
What kind of a person are you? If there's a mosquito flying around your head while you're sleeping, like 3 a.m., do you wake up and hunt that little down, or do you just try to sleep?
Well, typically, I'll leave my mouth open, and if it crawls in there, I'll eat it.
That's actually a good plan. I'll try it.
Thank you.
A protein.
It's good to show the others what happens if they get anywhere near you.
Very good protein.
Have you ever thought about how many insects we've probably consumed while we're sleeping?
I think about it often. That's why I do it.
That's why he's talking
When I
about
think about it, it's quite distressing, but it's probably a very large number for each of us.
I mean, don't be too weirded out. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff that you don't think about. Did you know that your eyebrows hold a specific small parasitic bug? There's millions of them in your eyebrows right now eating. That's why you don't get like skin flakes in your eyebrows. They're just there feasting upon you at all times.
Well, that's good. That's actually very helpful.
You see?
They help us out.
The human body is more alive when it dies than when it's alive. There's only one living thing on you.
Sick.
But when you die, all these things come to feast upon you.
Is that what you think about? Like, you don't play a lot of Dota at home.
What do you mean I don't play a lot
play
of
like
Dota?
3 hours, 4 hours,
Are you
not more.
kidding me?
Is that not a lot?
When this,
I guess it's
when this
fine.
man arrived, he played like 12 straight
I'm just asking, like, how does he have time to think about parasitic creatures that live in your eyebrows and feast
I'm
on
playing
you?
techies. I got
okay,
free
now
time.
I
Anyway,
understand.
it is finally time for us, my friends. The teams had an extended break to get ready for this very, very serious match, but they are finally in. So let's bring it home. We're going to go to the draft panel, and you will finally be able to see the victor of this incredible series. Please, serious drafters, take it away. Meow.
Slacks was right. Best way to be able to bring about more life is death. And we're gonna watch the death of one of these two teams. Will it be Quincy Crew, or will it be Vici Gaming? I turn now to my analysts to fill for several minutes while we wait for the draft. Brian, begin the fill.
Yeah, there's going to be one of these teams losing. I think it's about 52% that it's going to be Quincy Crew. I was leaning towards Vici coming in. Quincy Crew has shown that they're going to have one really solid strategy. They did that against T1, and they did it against Vici Game 1 as well. But do they have that oomph to finish? I think Vici did a great job adjusting, similar to what T1 did in Game 2. Who's going to have Game 3? Quincy Crew hasn't proven they're going to do that yet.
Excellent use of anime sound effects. Oomph.
Oomph.
I would call that more. But
Great. I like how Phil panel, when they have nothing to talk about, they just say, we're going to send it to the draft panel. Now we become fluff panel until the draft starts. Wish we were on the fluff panel, but we are now, right?
What's the difference between Game 1 and Game 2's draft? I mean, besides, for me anyway, I just saw more active. right? That was something that stood out for me. Vici Gaming's lineup, the pickup of the Weaver, just more active.
I think that Timbersaw pick was really strong because the 3 carries they banned out were really the only 3 carries in this meta: Luna, Ursa, Monkey King, that you'd feel super strong picking. There's heroes like Slark that are out of meta, and there's also the AA, which is good against them, that you don't want to pick. And so it forced Quincy Crew to respond with the Timbersaw with an offlaner rather than a carry. And that's not what you want to do, which kind of pigeonholes your draft into a small pool of offlaners that you probably didn't plan to pick with your draft. A lot of times your second round bans are setting up your later picks. So if you're forced to pick a hero that's reactionary that you weren't really planning to pick for your draft, suddenly they get that 10th pick, which is going to be much more powerful because it's going to be the lane opponent of that Batrider. And both carries, they're doing a lot of these lane swaps, but Vici Weaver is much more independent. His kit is much more innately survivable when you compare it to a Wraith King against a Timbersaw and a DK. He's just going to get ran at all the time. If they were trying to do the same thing to the Weaver, it's just not going to work. So with both carries having a bit of a slow start, it just leads to much more happening in favor of Vici when both teams are just playing their own game.
One thing that I tested between the games is because I had a question, why Crystal Maiden? Like, why all of a sudden they didn't pick a hero that consumes that much mana? Weaver went for a Falcon Blade, went for a Linken's later on, didn't go for Boots, allows her to move around the map without, like, every single time it's off cooldown, you go. But it's 728, damage interval on Frostbite is flexible 0.25, so level 4 Frostbite takes, like, let's say Templar Assassin's level 25. She hasn't refraction charges. It takes 12 out of 14 refraction charges. So even if she gets to that level 25, you just ruined a hero with it.
Combine that with Freezing Field as well, right?
Yeah.
Increased armor, multiple instances of damage. Seems like CM was a good answer, which means Quincy Crew, now that we have our draft for Game 3, are they going to feel confident about drafting that Templar Assassin early again? Oh, Vici Gaming sniping away.
Do not pick Quinn's hero early. He's just the type of guy that you give him a good matchup and he's going to carry you in the game. It's no flame to Quinn. Everyone has their signature heroes. Everyone has their signature play styles. I would not put him as a guy that give him mediocre game matchups and he'll do what's best with it. He's the kind of guy where you give him good matchups and he's going to carry the shit out of you. So let's put him in the later portion.
Yeah, usually they either last pick or fourth pick Quinn's hero. Like they don't tend to first phase it. So that's what I want to see from Quincy. Vici Gaming open up with Enchantress. Lane Dominator, as we see, like the hero really scales well, has a pure damage. Sometimes like even heroes like a Timbersaw don't do too well against her, but yeah, previous game, great Timbersaw game as expected from 11. They open up with Wyvern. We had a discussion in our green room, like how do you counter Wyvern? Maybe I think it's a great Invoker game. I think Invoker is the best hero against Wyvern. Builds into early Spirit Vessel, EMP Tornado. You can reset the fight. You can later on throw either a Meteor or you can throw the double Sunstrike with the Aghanim Scepter, the Cataclysm. I would definitely love to see it, especially against the Dead Prophet. They need a Spirit Vessel carrier.
I want to see an immediate response to Wyvern. Something that comes to mind is the Leshrac, the mid lane.
I thought Leshrac is good, but then I see heroes like TB on the other side. You need to get close. You put yourself in a bad spot when you're playing against the Wyvern. You want to get close to the target that is being healed by her, and then you just straight up die. I just don't like it anymore.
Okay.
Do you feel like Quincy Crew was well prepared for this curveball? Because they left out the Enchantress. I think in many ways they expected Vici.
Oh, they know they're not getting it. There's no way Vici's going to give it to them.
Well, Vici Gaming, they hadn't picked it before at this event, so...
I guess there's a lot that goes into this that as a panelist, I see Quincy Crew. They look day and night different when they have the Enchantress or the support that gives the that wins them the information game. Because yesterday during the T1 series, we saw that the way T1 was able to come back in the game was trying to set up ganks on the map that really opened it up for them. And Quincy Crew kept putting the Enchantress game 1 in front of whoever's supposed to get ganked. And then they don't get any crucial kills. However, in game 2 and 3, that wasn't the case at all, and every kill that T1 got turned into much more map control. And I just have to believe a team like Vici sees that, you know, that the way Quincy Crew operates is so reliant upon having that type of hero that we're going to see a similar story than we saw to game 2, where instead of having the Timbersaw be the first pick out in the second round where you just protected it with 3 bans, same idea, going to be almost certainly the same 3 bans, the Monkey King, Luna, and the Ursa. And I'm already leaning towards their draft again for Vici Gaming. I don't think this if this Death Prophet is for Quinn, I'm nervous.
Feels a little bit more likely that it is for fllow because it is kind of in his wheelhouse, right? Or maybe even the 5.
It's definitely his type of hero, and I'm
that
fine with them doing that. It's a decent side laner against Timbersaw too, so if they want to do some lane swap shenanigans again. But it didn't really... Vici got the better of them in that regard. They did end up getting the matchups. They consistently got the Timbersaw against the Wraith King. They did a really good job at that. That's why Weaver loves that type of gameplay as well. One of the few carries with innate mobility in the early game. I think Vici just had a really good understanding of what it took to set themselves up for success at all stages of the game last game. And
they banned the Void over the Monkey King.
Now that's interesting to me. I think Monkey King isn't Yawar's signature hero, but I think he plays all these melee farmers a lot. He has been playing a lot of Luna this meta, but I think that's because they thought it was one of the best early picks.
It's a better synergy overall with the Death Prophet. Just you have someone to hold him in place while Death Prophet is dealing the damage. You have a setup for Chronosphere with the Curse, even if it's on 1 guy, maybe 2 guys. It's still a decent amount of heroes caught inside. And now a lot of pure damage. Like Timbersaw is just great overall against Wyvern. I mentioned the Invoker. I definitely would not mind seeing him still. They banned Storm Spirit, protecting the Wyvern in the backlines. There are still multiple heroes that can jump to backlines and find Wyvern. Spectre still available.
I like Gyro a lot for Quinn's crew. Okay, so they go Lion. They needed some stuns, for sure. Vici Gaming also needs stuns, so I imagine that Lion would have been a hot pick for both sides. Is DK still there? He is.
Yep.
Are they not just gonna pick DK? Like that makes. Ooh.
The Brewmaster is a
spicy
attempted counter to the Death Prophet.
Spicy. What pick was I suggesting? Gyro? Never
For
mind.
Gyro's fine against the Timbersaw. In lane, you have more kill potential, but why Brewmaster, and where's this Brewmaster going?
He's control against immobile heroes. You know, you compare him to a Lion, he's the same idea if the hero can't disengage from you. So I think it could be a 5. We've seen some teams experiment with 5-position Brewmaster.
Okay, so they just say we're gonna ruin Timbersaw, percentage-based damage, burst damage, and
I like this pick.
This Bloodseeker with the Rupture makes him stay in the place while Death Prophet is dealing the damage. During the first season of DPC China, Troll plus Brewmaster was a super popular combo. Just ignite, you ignite the person with the Whirling Axes. I don't know, I have not seen Brewmaster being played in a very long time.
Yeah, if it's a 5, you'd really want a strong Slainer to pair with it, such as the Troll Warlord. I think that would be fine, but it's not the best against Wyvern.
Yes.
There's a lot of considerations, a lot of anti-carries on Quincy Crew. As a carry player, I wouldn't be super excited about picking anything into this set of heroes, so you gotta kind of play for your own game plan when that's the case.
I remember also those 5 Brewmasters were going for straight-up Spirit Vessel, Red Panda. Actually just love to play it. Let's see what they go for.
All right, it's looking more and more like it is going to be that support Brewmaster, which they have played for both PYW and DY.
Okay. So the best way to counter Rupture is to just not have to move. Medusa's pretty good at that. We have seen Medusa be a little bit lackluster after the nerf to her talents. We did see EG win with it earlier, though. So the hero clearly still has potential. They ban out the Anti-Mage, assuming this might be an off-lane Bloodseeker, perhaps.
I think one of the things that people have said about the Medusa is that your timing from level 15 to 20 is so much weaker now because of the talent change, and Quincy Crew's lineup does look to be operating pretty fast.
I like Death Prophet against Dusa, because Dusa does not represent single target damage, which you need to chew through the sustain of the heal from Wyvern as well as the Spirit Siphon, and you need just consistent, massive amounts of damage to eventually bring down a Medusa, and Death Prophet's one of the few heroes that can do that.
They still have no real... Quincy Crew's lineup is very good at resetting. They have Wyvern's Heal, they have Spirit Siphon, Bloodseeker, if he gets a kill, will heal himself up, so very good at going in and out of the fights. Even during Medusa ulti, you pop the Exorcism, you get stoned, still gonna be able to deal damage. You also picked Medusa into Lion. We've seen how this matchup goes. I'm just not convinced by Medusa anymore.
Yeah, me either. I'm not a huge fan of Vici's draft this game. I think the Timbersaw pick was really strong. I think Quincy Crew did a much better job of addressing it this game with their safe lane rather than with the off lane that they kind of were forced into last time around based on bans. And you got to get a bit creative. We saw Vici pick some out of meta heroes. Like when you go through the meta hero basket, all of them were banned out, the traditional ones that lane against Timbersaw. And Bloodseeker, haven't seen too much of them, but I can see exactly why they picked it, similar to the Weaver. And what does Vici's lineup do? You know, I think Quincy Crew's way of playing is good against this do-nothing playstyle whole. Hold the door, farm your Medusa up, and eventually out-carry. Vici's lineup pace last game, I think, was much more fitting for the way to beat Quincy Crew. And I'm surprised they're kind of going back to their old ways here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this last pick for ban for Quincy. If it's mid Death Prophet, maybe ban that Invoker that I mentioned, maybe ban Lina. Seems like a good Lina game. You have a setup for... Yeah, there we go.
Nice Lina ban, yeah. Need some burst.
That probably is... What is that? Off lane Bloodseeker, in my opinion, mid Death Prophet, and they're still looking for a carry.
I'd still be down for carry Bloodseeker. They have like no stuns. You're gonna have pretty good space on the map. Bloodseeker farms really fast. You want an early BKB builder in the carry role based on the opponent matchup. Timbersaw and Enchantress Impetus doesn't go through BKB. Brewmaster punishes no BKB. The Maelstrom BKB build for Bloodseeker would be really nice here. I mean, they could just go Jug too. Jug's a really good carry matchup as the game goes on. They have no way of stunning him. Absolutely none. You know what you are? Like, take your team home here. Go Jug. It's one of his bread and butters. Vici Gaming.
They have no stuns. They literally have zero stuns. Like, I called this Invoker a big long time ago. It makes sense. You want to buff up your Medusa. Like, Enchantress gets a Solar Crest, so you have 2 buffs on her. But who's going to hold them in place when it comes down to that Cataclysm? Like, they have nothing, pretty much. Your best option is...
Tornado from the Brewmaster. Yeah. And perfect timing on the drop.
There's going to be a lot of tornadoes going around. Yule Scepter, Brewmaster,
Enchantress Creep,
Cyclone from Invoker,
and the Enchantress Creep.
Yes,
and the Enchantress
and
Creep.
The Yule
you better role play and really buy into the strat.
The quadruple tornado.
Okay. So if it's an offlaner, who would it be?
Nope, that is an offlane Death Prophet, and they go with your original advice to Quincy Crew, pick CCNC's hero last.
They have no stuns. Same reason we were hyping up the Jug or just a survivable carry is the same idea. How do you kill this guy?
They have no silences, no stuns. I don't think I've seen a lineup like this in this tournament. Maybe T1 yesterday when they had, who was it? Warlock plus the other support that like has a high cooldown ulti. But yeah, they still won that game. I was very surprised that they did it against Quincy. Looking at this draft, I think they can still take it with Medusa. They have ways to buffer up, but leaning towards Quincy in this one. I would say this is 55-45.
Yeah, coming into the series, I thought Quincy Crew's playstyle matched up well against Vici's on paper, and I really liked that Vici adjusted game 2, and I think they have done what they've done all tournament with this draft. They do it quite well, but I just don't think it matches up well against the way Quincy Crew likes to get an early lead and farm 3 lanes and just accrue so much net worth that eventually they'll be able to team fight you. I think Quinn's going to take this on his Void Spirit against no stuns.
All right, it's game 3. The loser of this eliminated from the Kyiv Major. The winner goes on to face up against Evil Geniuses. What better to pass it off to ODPixel and Fogged.
It does feel like Vici has pivoted back to their style that Quincy was able to take advantage of in the first game. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again with this high-paced draft. Also does have some high cooldown kind of things, but it does have that Quinn Void Spirit that he is so comfortable on. Owen, what stands out for you?
I mean, yeah, it's got to be the Quinn Void Spirit from Quincy Crew's side of things. You know, a hero that I feel in the past they would never have really got through in the draft at all, but able to get it in as that last pick, Quinn's going to be feeling very comfortable on it. Vici game, though, I like the approach here with the Deucer. I think they've got a fantastic lineup to sort of be able to build around and protect their Deucer, buffer up, and just allow it to sort of sit there and take the fights that Quincy Crew are going to bring to them. Now, I guess the question really is, can Quincy Crew play as fast as they did in the first game and just overrun Vici Gaming before this Deucer is able to stand there without Quincy Crew being able to blow her up?
That is the Quincy Crew special, though, right? Playing fast, playing aggressive. So it does feel like they've got a lineup that does work for us. And we do have to address the fact that the panel was talking about pretty much no stuns. We got Cold Snap, we got some Tornadoes coming into play from both the Brew and from the Invoker. Brew Split will be able to provide some lockdown and some catch, especially for these annoying backline heroes like Winter Wyvern. But yeah, we'll see how they're able to make it work.
Quincy Crew on the hunt here. Alloway did have a smoke dispelled as Vici Gaming, knowing that something's up around it, unlikely to get caught out by this 5-man attempt here from Quincy Crew.
Yeah, we see deep wards again. This time it's Vici who put those deep wards to, looks like, read the lane matchups in particular.
Yeah, because in terms of the lane matchups, are we going to see quite as much stubbornness when it comes to getting certain pairings as we saw in Game 2 from both teams?
Not as much, I would say. I think they do want to have... honestly, I think that Quincy Crew has addressed the Timbersaw pretty nicely. I think any lane that they have set up, like even if Leslau's versus Timber, even if Bloodseeker's versus it, it's not bad at all. So I don't think we'll see as much lane shenanigans.
All right, so there for the start, at least it's going to begin with Bold 11 and DY down on the bottom against Leslau's DP. And as per usual, as we're seeing Quincy Crew like to do, starting your wire off top, with both supports hanging around, maybe just for the first wave, just to see if they can get any action, or at least just secure you wire that first wave, safe CS.
Try to make sure that they can block the pull too, but won't be able to. Sentry Ward instantly taken out from PYW. I do think they want to be able to give some help to Leslau. Even though he's a fast hero like Death Prophet, DY's, the harassment will start to build up from Ench. And once she gets a creep, it's going to be problematic for Leslau top.
If they've got enough, it's close, they do.
They got him.
A very nice first strike there from Quincy Crew. With the old Earth Spike into the Bloodbright, the damage is done, the setup is there, and this is why Quincy Crew as a team love to do this. Start with the aggro tri-lane to look for these sort of opportunities. Bottom lane, Leslau getting dove upon by old 11, but the backup's in. LOA's able to TP over him with the Earth Spike. Holding back old 11 as old 11, he's got to back off. They won't quite have the damage to dive in and kill off Leslau. Quincy Crew, they get the first blood, and now they're able to set up with these dual lanes.
Yeah, I think LOA had to come down here pretty soon because they're going to go for these super pressure plays with an Enchantress with the Timbersaw early versus Death Prophet. Like I said, even though she's speedy, can't get dove. And, it's a bit surprising that Poyoyo does die there because they saw the 3 heroes. They knew that this was happening, but still just end up getting caught out there from the overwhelming damage. And we're seeing mid, Quinn really winning that matchup. 10-0 to the 4-0 of the Invoker. Maxi can have a 7 after these 3 creeps.
See top. I'm going to look to punch back, PYW. Smacking into the 2 of them. MSS taking some heavy damage here, so they'll have to back off. Well, then they'll manage to snipe LOA's courier there, I believe, with the summons of DY, with the neutral.
Yeah. Not the best.
Sort of overall as well, do you like this as well from Vici Gaming? We've not really got to talk about it too much, as was mentioned. They do like to run this in both sort of support capacities, but the support brew, I mean, how does this work out for a hero for you right now in this position? Is it something you like to see?
I think because they had Enchantress, they wanted something that's going to cover them on all bases for team fight, because if like they were really lacking on it, so I think that's one of those king of team fight heroes that might be able to turn the edge, but there's nothing like crazy about Brew this game that he's like really just hard dispelling or just taking care of. I think the biggest thing for him is just finding the Winter Wyvern in the back and blocking the save versus Death Prophet. He's just going to be able to throw him up and maybe ignore him inside of the fight. Mid, Wild Wing. That's one way to offset a Void Spirit matchup. Very frustrating.
A bit of an irritation here for Quinn to have this Tornado currently in his lane.
He's looking for it. He's going to spot it for a second. Hasn't put the points in yet. Just holding on to
I was going to say, fully saving his skill points, yeah. I was going to put it to simulate now with Rory starting to step in. He's going to make sure that he goes for the stand and get the full damage out. He's probably holding points just in case he would have seen an opportunity to grab someone with the Remnant. Maybe Ori if he'd stepped up too aggressively.
Yeah, I like that he's gone for farm build rather than going for any type of kill. The only way you cover Invoker in a Crosswex is if he just makes some really bad mistake. You want to be able to maximize, and Quinn, he's all about maximizing farm. DY makes his move toward top, takes away Satyr Tormentor, looks to want to perhaps rotate toward the top lane, but the lane's starting to do really well. Medusa, even though she did die that one time, up to 19 CS. 20 now.
Pretty close across the board. Slight net worth lead here for VG Gaming. It's top lane. Try and chase down your War. Instantly goes for the TP out. Doesn't want to take more damage than he needs to. I say that. He's actually going to maybe just a bit of a bait as he cancels the TP. He's ready to turn towards PYW. PYW with his own TP though will make it out. Back to the fountain he goes to get away from that attempted turnaround off Quincy Crew.
Looks like it's just going to become a 1v1 in the bottom lane, too. Lion's starting to move around the map. Enchantress, we'll see what DY does when he sees the Lion moving, if he's going to look to punish Leslau, as Old 11 still does have a lot of damage. If they can bait a couple Spirit Siphons and then look to make a play when the Siphon is down, could perhaps set up for this Death Prophet, as Leslau is starting to fall behind on last hits. Move toward top.
Not funny. See if they got the damage this time. Caught in the blood bright. X control as well, charging in onto Poyoyo. He has got a pretty full wand though. And with that popped, he's going to be more than fine. PYW tries to charge in to chase down LOA instead. Quincy Crew, they'll be okay themselves. They're not quite able to get that kill onto Medusa. PYW doing a good job of staying around in the area, making sure that even with the three of them, they don't have enough tools to take him out. Bottom lane, got the setup on a Leslau, in with the Centaur. Leslau. He's out of siphons. That was his last one gone here, and with that in mind, there's no more sustain for him. Old 11 slides across with the chain, cuts him down.
And a pretty big mistake there, I feel, from Leslau. If he just Spirit Siphons the Centaur Conqueror, he's going to get way more HP. He Spirit Siphoned DY. This is an Enchantress with 600 HP instead of a 1400 HP Centaur. I feel like he could have survived there for sure. But the constant aggression, as we mentioned, this is what Vici wanted to do. As soon as they see that Death Prophet isolated, Old 11's going to try to punish.
Yeah, and it's going to be that very scary point for Leslau now, where Old 11, pretty much with this secret, he's going to have the level 6 against the level 5 DP, so this is not easy.
They're clipping the wave too, they're keeping the siege going.
We'll see if they have TPs at the ready, but now with the 6 hit on Old 11, they're going to collapse on Leslau immediately. Leslau, see how much the Siphons are going to do to keep him alive. He's got another one in a few seconds.
He looks pretty
Still,
bad.
Definitely struggling against these two of them. He's trying to dance around them, but he can't get away. As a second kill, this bottom lane just proving to be a bit of a death trap for him. At the same time, top, PYW and Poyoyo. They run down Yawar as Vici Gaming getting huge core kills here in both of the side lanes. Tower as well,
Definitely.
tier 1 on the bottom lane, it's gone.
Definitely not a game where you want to start falling behind with this early centric draft versus a late game crazy scaling lineup with a Medusa Invoker core. It's not a good sign here for Quincy Crew, and it's only 7 minutes in. Medusa pretty much full free farm. Invoker now taking over the mid lane. And Timbersaw, we saw what Old 11 was able to do last time. Sure, he was versus a Wraith King matchup, which is excellent, but he is versus some pretty good heroes that he can burst, and it's the counteract versus Cold Embrace, that high burst damage that Timbersaw does do.
Without doubt, eyes are going to be on Quinn. What can the man achieve this game? He's level 7, he's got the phase boots and an arcane rune in the bottle. This would be a good time to try and look for a hit. But the top lane's tough. You know, as we're seeing, Poyoyo constantly being backed up by PYW. It's not an easy hero to dive upon. So take a look towards Ori mid. But again, Vici Gaming keeping their bases covered here. DY keeping himself in the trees, ready for any sort of aggressive moves onto Ori. And Quinn, he's just going to have to find any small opportunity and strike as hard as possible.
They got to start stalling these pushes. Like, MSS has to rotate over here and start Splinter Blasting. They can't lose another tower this early, or the game is going to become incredibly difficult for them to ever make aggressive moves onto the Medusa. Because if you start losing these towers so early, it starts to become obvious if you are making moves, because the creep waves will dictate and show where you are on the map. Mid, Quinn.
So the setup on a Quinn. He's got enough mana there for the step up to the high ground. He makes it away.
Ooh, free courier.
Top. Bringing some back up top. Stun into the blood right. Leslow's coming over with the ghost. He's ready to try and fight. Sail away. Will go down, but Leslow could have a nice bit of a cleanup here. Take out PYW. He's going to charge over towards Poyoyo, but with the point of the stone gaze, Leslow's got to keep his distance. The backup as well there from Mori. Trying to stop them from diving in onto the Medusa. Poyoyo is out of mana. You are not quite hitting the 6 though. They'll bring more firepower up to the top lane here. Quincy Crew as CCNC, he's ready to join. Yawar, he'll drop the blood right, but the 3 of them surround him. Yawar, he's got to be careful. Leslow charging in to push them away. Yawar will be saved. Quinn, he's looking for his target and chasing down DY. DY's a little too speedy. One Astral Step available from Quinn. It wouldn't be enough to chase him. He's going to look for the bigger kills instead. Straight over towards Poyoyo. Quinn, has he got enough to finish off this Deucer? Another step in. Quinn, he really needs this kill and he's going to get it. Quinn will take down Poyoyo. He's ready to swing back over towards Moore. Comes in with a big jump with the Dissimilate. Ori getting taken out low. We'll get the Tornado down. Gets taken down though. Quinn out of mana, trying to run, but the damage is done from Vici Gaming. Yawar looking towards PYW. PYW up to the high ground, healing up as they'll keep him alive. Yawar's got to step back. Old Lemon's silence about to come to an end in a minute. Chakram off the mark. The Timber Chain, it isn't. Old Lemon comes crashing through, brings down Yawar, and he's going to look towards MSS as well as they surround the Wyvern. Vici Gaming, they may have lost a couple of cores, but they'll hit back hard and take a fair few cores themselves there. Old 11 cleaning up in style.
And the supports just get so enabled from this. PYW about to hit 6. DY is 6 now on the Enchantress. They survived during the whole thing, so earn charges aplenty. They can keep themselves healed up now to be able to fight again. Did see Quinn get some big kills, but I don't think Vici minds too much as Poyoyo immediately goes toward bottom side. He's going to build the farm now, stack up some Ancients and hard camp for himself as this Dusa. Quinn?
See if he can get some of the squishies here. Quick jump onto DY. They're able to blow up the Enchantress.
Nice move.
So if they can do anything about PYW, PYW has the 6. Try and get it off with the Hex coming in. It's not enough to stop him from popping the Primal Split. The Split still comes out, turns straight away over towards LOA. They bring down the Lion. Quinn, he's into the shadows here with the Invis. He's going to be fine.
Can't dispel that Invis. Does not work versus invisibility runes. Still have a sentry there.
Back under the sentry. But they won't have any follow-ups. So PYW sends him up, backs off.
Old 11, 4-0-1, top of net worth. Now starting to pressure top tower. Siege wave is coming over Yawar. Yawar wants to try to stop this push, but he has to be careful himself. He's going to go for Old 11 too. TP, they get the cancel.
They should have him in. Multiple ways to put an end to that TP attempt. A very necessary kill there for Quincy Crew. They've got to shut down Old 11 as he is really starting to take over the game. So Quincy Crew
instant smoke
will be able to deal with him. They know they want to play it fast. Quinn, he's constantly going to be looking for action. He doesn't want to be hitting creeps. He wants to be hitting heroes.
They have to punish some of this greed. Ori.
Quick setup, Quinn. Perfect catch. Straight in with the step and the Remnant. A blow up Ori.
And they've got the ult.
Mid tower. Good pressure ready to go from Leslow. So let's see what Vici Gaming want to do in terms of a defense. Poyoyo just making use of the space down bottom. PYW sticking up towards the top half of the map as you are. He's pushing in with the siege creep top. Some good pressure here from Quincy Crew. 5 seconds, they'll have Ori back in the game, but the damage is being done. This tier 1 certainly starting to fall. Old 11. He's going to start charging in, trying to push them back off this. Leslow. Take a low hit. The Remnant will grab Ori. They'll use the curse, holding them back, making sure that Leslow will be kept safe. As they are able to back away. DY still trying to chase in and get a catch on to the DP, but Leslow's far enough away. Top lane, Noir pretty much taking down that tier 1 tower top as well. So, but these tier 1's getting pressured very heavily by Quincy Crew. Now Vici Gaming is going to try their best in response. Straight down the mid, they go Old 11 immediately and on top of MSS with the cold snap. There's no escape for MSS. Yoar will look to turn with the rupture down onto the Simba Saw. See if they've got enough damage to bring down this Timber. They're draining him low with the Siphon. LOA swings across with the stun. They'll bring down Old 11 once again. Another big kill here for Quincy Crew as the takeaway of the crucial frontline component of Vici Gaming's charge.
Poyoyo gets the space, though. Top of net worth now on the Dusa, even though she does have 2 deaths. Level 11. She's got a lot of time because of these constant moves. Old 11, he does get punished for being a bit too over-aggressive 2 times over and over again, but he'll have a TP available for next. Quincy Crew. Still an okay spot, but they don't have the same type of farm mechanics, right? Like this Bloodseeker, he's not going to be nearly as enabled as this Dusa, who will eventually start to get alacrities and stuff like that. This is quite a problem here. Yawar needs to find some more farm.
No, definitely, it's not an easy or fun lineup to play from behind.
No.
Especially against this Poyoyo. Soon to hit the 12. Quinn still working on his yours, pushing in on the top here.
And
we'll see what Quincy Crew's next move is going to be.
Ori's gone for full greed this game. They have the Urn finished up early on the Brewmaster, so he's just going straight for Aghanims. Going for that Cataclysm versus the Cold Embrace. We've seen this now time and time again, especially from Team Nigma. He's able to do this kind of greedier build that will result in not just Cataclysm, but higher points in Alacrity for the Medusa as well, with those high points of Exort that he's starting to put into.
This smoke. See if they can catch anything, they'll find LOA. Tornado down onto the Lion. And he will be able to turn it with the upright back up and Yawar on the stun. It's not enough to get him out of there, though. He still managed to take down the Lion. Yawar's farm will begin to pick up now with the Maelstrom complete. Still has quite a way to go there to be able to get anywhere close to what Poyoyo is being able to clean up from his half of the map.
And they're having to react to everything. It's Vici really setting the pace this game. It's always on the side of Quincy's. So they're never going to be able to get to Poyoyo's side. They have to be able to win a fight soon and get to where this Medusa's farming, because she's level 13. Look at the rest of the levels inside the game. Next highest is 11. Bloodseeker's level 9.
I mean, what's sort of the move that Quincy Crew has to make to deal with him? We're going to see the smoke come out. Is it as sort of simple as just committing fully onto the Dusa, trying to blow Poyoyo up before backup comes in?
I think they have to get her at least once, otherwise this game's going to start looking pretty impossible for them. Poyoyo, though, seems to be reading it. Getting a ward around Ancients isn't a bad option either, so that they can at least know when they have an opportunity to go for her. But do have to be careful, because Vici, they've got everything ready to fight. Spirit Vessel finished up on PYW as well. And they're going to smoke back. They're reading this move here from Quincy. Quincy's got to be careful not to get sandwiched.
I'll see if they catch it. Quinn. Cleaning up the small camp. MSS LOA Lesnar, they're ready to try and come in from the side. It's already Quinn's been spotted by Old 11. LOA's trying to charge in over towards Poyoyo, but Poyoyo is able to step out to the side. PYW in with the primal split. LOA, he's been left behind. The Lion will fall. The tornado grab onto Lesnar. They're chasing down the DP. They're throwing him up, buying time for Vici Gaming to come in, surround him. As Vici Gaming prepared there for Quincy Crew's attempts to make a move. As they continue to just keep Poyoyo safe, proving the immense difficulties that Quincy Crew are having to deal with when it comes to trying to slow down and deal with how much Poyoyo is farming.
He's so big already, level 14, and it's not a good core versus core matchup either, especially as a Bloodseeker who's not ahead. If you're a Medusa and you're able to get this type of start in the game, it's very hard to recover on Quincy. MSS in position for a curse.
See what they can do. They'll start with the Rupture on Poyoyo. Catch him with the stun, keeping him in the Bloodbright. And committing when the Mancer's up and ready to turn. Yawar, he's got to step back. The curse will hold back PYW, but Yawar, he's still dying to the damage from TY. His impetus from the side. That's Yawar gone. Leslau, he's going to charge him with the Exorcism. Quinn jumps in with the 2-man Astral Step over with the Dissimulate towards PYW. But Leslau, he's just dying into the right clicks of Poyoyo as Poyoyo will return over towards the Death Prophet. Leslau will fall. It's 3 dead on Quincy Crew. Quinn looking towards Poyoyo, in with the Dissimulate. Can he burst him in time? No, Poyoyo with the wand, he's fine. Pops the wand, Poyoyo's away. They lose 4 on Quincy Crew, just the 2 on Vici Gaming. Maybe they're going to lose 5, in fact, here, Quincy, as Vici Gaming have the grab onto MSS, as Ori leads him with the Tornado. MSS trying to hide in the trees, but Old Lem's able to clear them out with the Chakram. They'll get the full team wipe here, Vici Gaming.
They were so close to bringing down Poyoyo multiple times, but he got like 2-3 snakes off, ends up surviving because of it. I think he also gets Arcane booted, I believe, from some of his teammates. They built, what, 1, 2 Arcane boots, so just that little bit of extra restore. It looked like they were going to get him, but These
were
little
close.
things do add up.
They were
Look at
very
how close he
close.
gets. Oh, man. That's devastating. That's the big hold for them to come back in the game, and now it's a 9K lead for a Medusa lineup. Level 16 in a second on the Medusa. This is looking really difficult already for Quincy Crew.
It's been hard fights as well for Leslau. He's just not at a point where he can really charge in and be that frontline DP at the moment. Even with the siphons going off, they're still managing to take him out.
It's such an
not
early
easy
vessel
for
on
him whatsoever.
PYW. He just vessels him, and then sure, you get your siphons
LOA.
off, but you're just getting wailed on as LOA. It's down again.
Just getting kills all over the place. And with these sort of kills, yeah, Ori, this Aghanim's pretty much done here. Midas Ags, yes, it's going to be complete 18 minutes in, some very fast timings flying out for all 3 cores of VG Gaming this match.
Level 14 too, so he's got 5 points in Exort. Look at that alacrity. 58 attack speed, 58 damage for the Medusa, who already is hitting hard. Quincy Crew needs to win the next fight, or I think this game just might already be over.
Oh, yeah. I see Quinn with the setup. This could be a good catch if they can take him down before backup comes in. The silence off. Is there any help in time? Poyoyo, he's able to get the stone gaze off. He's off to the side. The heal of the jump. It's not enough. They'll bring him down. Quincy Crew, if they can get more out of this, this will be huge. They've got the setup onto PYW. The Curse into the Blood Bright. Remnant off the mark. PYW is able to step out of the side. He's still able to put the primal splits. They're going to try and fight without their Dusa here, VG Gaming. Let's see if they're strong enough to do so. Leslau being burnt down low by the impetuses. They're trying to come in, and Leslau's still alive. Old 11 caught in the Blood Bright. They bring down the Timbersaw. A third kill here for Quincy Crew. Yawa trying to work through the primal splits. PYW is attempting to run, but the Astral Step is back up. Quinn's in with the damage. They have the control. Quincy Crew strike back.
Oh, they needed that so badly. They catch the Medusa out of position. Team not there to back her up. That was perfect there from Quincy. Great exorcism. Leslau dropping low, but this time he's not Spirit Vesseled up. He's able to just stick inside of the fights because the Bruce Split is caught on the side there, going for the Lion. Yeah, great, well-executed fight that they absolutely needed. Chunking down that net worth lead. 10K down to 6K, same thing for experience. Look how low he drops multiple times on Leslau. Really nicely dancing around the fight.
Yeah, they've really had it in from the last few times, but absolutely pulling it together and going for that BKB, of course, next. Once he does have that one done, he's going to be feeling so confident charging in and just being this hero that VG Gaming will struggle to deal with. You know, just sort of running around and causing havoc, especially with the mass silencers that are going to be coming out in these team fights.
As long as he's not getting Spirit Vesseled up in the fight, Leslau should be able to survive and run through.
Back to farming. Probably have learned his lesson after that last bit of a move down bottom, and won't be caught as far away from the rest of his teammates or the backup of the tower for potential TPs again.
And probably won't use Manta to farm again, because I believe that's what caused that whole entire situation. He didn't have Manta to remove the silence, and then he doesn't have time to pop the Stone Gaze, so Quincy Crew taking advantage of it nicely, keeping themselves in the game. They need a couple more of those, though.
They do. And Quincy Crew, their team fight is going to be rather annoying. I mean, you look at just the amount of silences they have, because bear in mind, VG Gaming, not really heroes that are rushing BKBs or anything, so they will have this ability to really disable what VG Gaming is trying to throw out at them. You know, Quinn's working on the Aghanims. He's going to have 2 rounds of the silence. Yawa's got the Blood Right, and of course the silence from Leslau. You know, these are heavy duration silences. If they can bring these together smartly, it will make it difficult for VG Gaming to fight into it. Quincy Crew, they're going to take the lead here with Leslau charging in for the Roshan. See if they're able to do anything about this VG Gaming. It's going down.
They see Old 11.
But they're going to look for the jump. Straight away, Quinn's up to the high ground. He's found Old 11. They've got the Hex locked down. They've been able to blow up the Timber. That's the Timbersaw down. It's Quincy Crew, Leslau. Tornado into the EMP. Leslau, he's going to fall here this time round. He's not able to survive. Yeah, Poyo sweeping in with the Stone Gaze, looking towards Yawa. He's going to get caught in the Sunstrike. Yawa puts the BKB. It's not going to save it. Poyo's able to right-click him down. They're getting forced back. MSS has to TP out of this. Seeing the river, Quinn. He's jumping out with the Assimilate and the Astral Step. They may have been able to quickly dispatch of Old 11. The VG Gaming, they're ready to take a fight, of course, with this lead that they have, even with the Timbersaw down. Skadi complete on Poyoyo. The Timbersaw kill, it was just not anywhere near to the same impact as that of killing the Medusa as they did last team.
No, they don't have the BKB yet on the Death Prophet. This time, PYW does get the Vessel off onto her, and then she just gets evaporated in no time. And now it's a Medusa with an Aegis, with the Ayascati finish too. So all that healing that they do have on their draft between the Wyvern, between the Death Prophet, even more reduced. And now the BKB won't be as effective also when Poyoyo is able to hit onto that Death Prophet when fllow does finish it. So it still continues to be a hard game.
Track. Yeah. Quite comfortably here for Vici Gaming. 11k, 22 to 15. Quincy Crew's lineup, one that does get heavily punished with each and every bad fight that's taken now at this stage. Quinn getting onto PYW. There's no split. See if they can take out Brew with the burst of the finger. They can.
They can.
Bring down PYW. What more can they get? They're looking over towards DY in the river. Quinn on the chase. He's able to close the gap, sets up with the Yules. They'll be able to find themselves a second grab here for Quincy Crew.
Very nice. All these kills do matter. They need to start getting them. Did Yawara get either of them? No, Yawara not able to get either of them. Unfortunately, he's still in a tough spot. 2, 4, and 8 on this Bloodseeker. They still have this ward that they caught Old 11 with earlier. It was spotting out Ori for a moment. Poyoyo is starting to get pinged out, though, so they do have their own vision that is going to see Quincy Crew rotating over. Poyoyo. He's walking into them. He's feeling really strong.
Yeah, with the Aegis. No fear of being burst by Quincy Crew, and Quincy Crew know that they don't want to spend too much longer on this half of the map for Vici Gaming. Quinn backing off. Very close to having the Aghanims done here on the Void Spirit.
More silence. It's going to be really good versus that Brewmaster, versus that Timber. There is a Lotus already done on Old 11, but versus the Brew, it's going to be extremely effective until PYW gets his Aeon Disc, which he is very far away from still. About 2k more gold. Or sorry, 12 more gold.
Stepping up. Lotus Orb's down onto him. Immediately Old 11 making sure that they're put off from committing any further onto DY, and it's going to work. Quincy Crew, they'll back off. MSS just trying to start clearing out this mid lane of creeps. Poyoyo's pushing in. He's ready to start beating into the towers. This tier 2. Let's see what response Quincy Crew's going to come up with. Yawar still trying his best to farm elsewhere on the map. Get this Mjolnir done, so he's got some sort of offensive potential in the team fights. And yeah, they don't want to look to defend these towers right now against Medusa with an Aegis. Vici Gaming able to take out the tier 2, open up the availability to get this outpost in their favor.
And now they're going to go into the Ancient side too and farm, and these illusions from the Medusa cut the whole bottom wave, continue to farm the jungle too. These are not Manta illusions, that's an illusion rune. And Poyoyo, he steals away the Ancients. Yawar has to just run to find some type of farm top. 12k gold lead already though. 12k experience lead too, and as you mentioned, Outpost was taken away. So it's going to continue to grow. Quincy, they just need to find these pickoffs, but they have to wait until this Aegis is gone. If they can find Poyoyo isolated, then perhaps they can go for something like that again, but yeah, it still is looking difficult.
Setting up around mid, Quincy Crew just making sure they're here to back up Yawar. If he does get jumped upon, doing their best to make any sort of area of this map safe for Yawar to continue to farm in.
He needs so much more though. He's level 16, Medusa level 21 with a full butterfly coming out on the courier any moment now. He is just so far ahead on Medusa.
He is. He's having such a good game. And interesting, I mean, yeah, Medusa as a hero sort of had different opinions from different players. You know,
yep.
Do you feel Medusa is still always going to have a space as this carry, even with some of the changes to the talents that were, sort of referred to as one of the reasons why some teams just don't like playing this hero?
I think if you just avoid going for the Aghanims build, and if you just have a good core-to-core matchup, it can still work. Like, he's versus Bloodseeker. Like, if you get ruptured, you just stand there. You don't really care most of the times as Medusa, so this game, it definitely feels very appropriate. As onto the high ground, Alacrity push. Quinn.
Look for the jump on Odd 11. He's able to get the Lotus off in time, and that means they'll be able to turn, get the combo off onto Quinn. Quinn able to break out of the cold snap here with the Yules, and he will be away. Jumps back to safety with the Dissimilate.
Scary
Next round
for a
of creeps are coming in. Well away. He's got a back right off as Poyo nearly takes him down there with the damage coming out from this Dusa. Now back off with the mana low. But
can you imagine if he dies because of like a Lotus Orb play reflecting a Lion Stun? That would be so devastating.
Yeah, they certainly have to watch out for these quick moves from Old 11.
There's that B-fly finished.
I like this, This is what you want to see. If you're down 14k as a team, don't sit on the high ground. You've got to look for these aggressive moves. This is the only way you're going to be able to get yourself really back into it. Look to get out and hit Vici Gaming when they don't expect it. Problem is though, Vici Gaming, even with the lead they have, they're playing very safe. Full 5 of them in their jungle. If you do find them, you're probably not going to have a good time.
No, and they were trying to make the move because the Aegis was getting reclaimed right at that moment, so they were trying to catch them split up for a second there, but look at top wave. Like, this is a towel right here. They know that Quincy Crew's trying to make something here when those creeps are just pushing that far in. Quincy Crew waiting patiently on the high ground, though. Old 11, he's going to go for the brunt force. Just walking right in.
It wants to start things off straight away. They get in with the jump onto the Invoker. They're looking to burst through Ori. They're able to do so. That's Ori out of the fight. They get the grab onto Poyo. Straight away looking over towards the Deuce. Poyo pots the Stone Gaze in the Manta style. Quincy Crew, they'll start to kite it out to the side. Leslau keeping a lockdown onto DY with the Spirit Siphon. Another 3-man silence laid down by Leslau. Poyo starting to run low on the mana. He's got the damage to force Yawar back. Yawar pots the BKB. He still can't quite get in there. Leslau gets blown up. Quinn jumps in over to PYW, but the Primal Split's still good to go. As the split's out, Quinn's held in place by the boulder. Triple kill for Poyo-Yo, as they just cannot kill or really threaten this Medusa. Even with the Aegis gone, they do their best to fight around it. They get a fantastic jump onto the Invoker, blowing up Ori, but it's not enough to turn it into anything more than just that. As Poyo-Yo, he seems very far beyond the point where he really is this hero that they just cannot fight anywhere close to.
No, they threw everything onto him too. After they killed the Invoker, they throw the Rupture, they try to collapse onto him with the Death Prophet, but then we see, the Scotty just hits onto Death Prophet, she can't run in, and a great Dispel. PYW with the Primal Split dispels the defensive Yules off of Quinn. He lands right in front of Dusa and just gets completely wrecked. And we see DY, they totally lock it. We've mentioned it a lot of times. He's just healing, restoring this Medusa's mana every single one of these fights. It was a good approach from Quincy Crew, but we're just seeing that the power of this Medusa is just too farmed.
Absolutely, going for this Satanic next. I mean, if they couldn't kill him before that, killing him with a Satanic would be so hard. Yeah, we see on the replay again. I mean, they do, they get the mana down low. They are starting to burn through Poyo-Yo's sustain, but it's just not enough. And by the time it gets close, they're just starting to lose heroes left, right, and center. Yawar, he can't get in there, even with the BKB, getting anywhere close to the Skadi Dusa. He knows if he's running in, he's not going to be getting back out.
Old 11's he's just a absolute tank. He just runs right through everybody. They ignored him at the start, but either way, the damage is done when he's able to just sit on top of the Wyvern, sit on top of the Bloodseeker, and have no cares. Just zoning him away from that Dusa. Vici, 18,000 gold lead. It's continuing to get harder and harder.
Let's see what Quinn goes for next. He's got a fair bit of money saved up. DY is going to head over. They're able to get the push together once more. I mean, Roshan is going to be up in a minute, so we could see Vici Gaming continue to play it a bit reserved, wait for that next Rosh.
Yep. I don't know what big items are the ticker, right? So what's the next big thing for Quincy? It feels like it's like the MKB for Yawar, but he's ways away from that. And even then, I don't know if that's going to solve the damage issues. Quincy still hasn't queued up which item he's going for, but I just don't know which one it is. Like, sure, he can go for his own, like, Kaya Sanj, something like that to give him a little more damage, but is that going to change the outcome of the fights? It doesn't feel like it right now.
Oh, unfortunate there for Leslau. Losing the curry with the plate mail on.
Ouch.
Quincy Crew smoked up, looking to see if they can find a catch, maybe get a hero out on their own. But as we see Vici Gaming, they've just done a very good job of not being caught like this. And LOA tries to jump in, tries to set up on a Poyo. Quinn's coming in with a follow-up. They're committing everything onto the Deucer. They come with the BKB and the Exorcism. They're staying on top of Poyo. Yawar charging as well with the BKB. Can they bring down this Medusa? They can't. Poyo-Yo's just clean it up. 3 down, the curse will come out. It's not going to turn the tides of this fight though, as MSS still falls. Quinn trying to run away. They've got the control from the Primal Splitters. They send him up in the air, ready to bring him down. He's got one more jump, but he can't even get it off. The cold snap immediately there from Ori. As it's a team wipe, they just clean up completely straight into Roshan. This Rosh will be theirs, as it's looking like there really is very little left in the tank from Vici, from Quincy Crew to throw at Vici Gaming. Once again, they just can't kill this Medusa. Poyo-Yo, he's just too damn farmed.
He is just too big, absolutely. If they were not as far behind as they are right now, they could have probably killed it. We saw multiple times now where they got Pollo so low, so close to taking him out, but gets healed up, gets reset, and they just get fully wiped there. So just lacking the damage. Look how low they got her, but is it really that low? And she just able to turn around and just get, I mean, it's these holy lockets too. It just keeps getting healed, these sticks. And now 20 seconds till the Void Spirit's back up, and they're just losing their whole base.
I mean, yeah, pretty much 30k lead here. Second wave being taken. You know, Quincy Crew, they'll probably pull it together for one last fight here on the main stage. Let's see what they can do. Elaway, he's headed in. He's been caught by the Hex. That's the Lion gone. fllow just getting shredded here by the damage out for Poyo, and there it is. GG is called. Vici Gaming take game 3 with that. That series is theirs, 2-1 against Quincy Crew, as they'll be the ones moving on here. And my goodness, this game 2 and game 3 performance, there's no doubt about it. Vici Gaming absolutely playing with the thunder that you need to be able to carry you, continue on potentially quite far in this tournament. If they could keep up these approaches for the second and third game, the draft in particular as well, some of these ideas from Vici Gaming that they're bringing into the mix, it's just working perfectly and completely outdid what Quincy Crew tried to play in this game 2 and game 3. Vici Gaming had them figured out.
They did. They did get smashed the first game, though. Quincy came with a really strong approach this time around, though. These last 2 games seems like the approach of Vici. This one, it was more of it looked like what it was going to be, like a patient game, maybe toward later stages. But that early game, it just got too out of hand. The fights that they were taking 4v5. Medusa's farming on her own. This Medusa Pollo got absolutely massive. They also went for the Midas on the Invoker, and they still were able to keep that big gold advantage. And yeah, poor Yawar in this game, not really able to find his footing. Again, 2, 5, and 8 on the Bloodseeker. Just a tough game for him overall, especially in that core-to-core matchup. 2 of the times, especially in that one near the Roche pit, pops his BKB, gets Sunstrike, gets killed right afterwards of it. Yeah, just a tough game overall for Quincy. The game plan from Vici worked out. In this position 4, 5, whatever you want to call it, Brewmaster from PYW, I feel like that was the X factor for me. His Spirit Vessel's on point. Same thing with his Primal Splits. Just made the team fights absolutely impossible for Quincy Crew.
I mean, yeah, PYW ending 10, 4, and 18 on the support Brew. Absolutely a big brain pick here for the side of Vici Gaming, and some big brain plays from PYW, no doubt about it. But I mean, there we have it. And yeah, unfortunate for Quincy Crew. They made it nice and deep here at the tournament. Obviously, they would have wanted to go a little further. Definitely, as you said, from game 1, the potential is absolutely here with this squad. We know
100%.
we're going to continue to see big things from them in the future. But just on this state, Vici Gaming, they turned up with more fire and just had a better approach. And I think a very well strategized, attempt at dealing with how they know Quincy Crew wants to play Dota.
Agreed. And I think the panel is back in position.
Thank you, Funked. Wonderful, wonderful job, as always. The Pillow doing exceptionally well, but a very solemn moment here for many at the arena and a lot of fans at home. A lot of big Quincy Crew lovers out there watching them in the DPC, and they will be making their exit. So overall, though, hell of a series. I mean, both teams fought pretty hard.
Overall, everyone that's biased towards Quincy Crew could be a little bit sad right now, but you should be happy for the quality of the games that we've witnessed and the majestic performance from the support duo of Vici Gaming. They definitely deserve to go through. PYW, Brewmaster, something that they've been picking at the beginning, the early beginnings of Season 2, but kind of strayed away from it, bam. And Witch Doctor, Crystal Maiden from the NA region, and here we go. We bring some flair from the CN as well.
Yeah, very creative drafts and very well-executed plays there, Effie.
I really love seeing what kind of picks come out in the final game of these best of 3s, and we got treated to a Brewmaster. That was just... It worked out a lot better than I thought it would, honestly, and that Medusa just felt unkillable.
Yeah, I mean, the Void Spirit, too. Not a hero you see a lot of, and has to be extremely aggressive and make sure that mid is going their way, and just so many ways to shut down Void Spirit. I mean, him running into a Brewmaster, what do you do?
Yeah, but Quinn on Void Spirit, he's just one of those players that he doesn't care, right? Like, no matter how difficult of a matchup you have, he's going to make that hero work. In every single one of these highlights, he's a nuisance. He's the one that pokes, goes in, gets out, makes you waste spells, makes you waste TPs, makes you react to him, which makes it so much easier for the likes of fllow and Yawar to do their own magic. It just wasn't enough this time around. I also didn't really feel that impressed by the Bloodseeker. You can see the point behind it. It is one of these tank breakers with a shard at the moment, but Medusa just felt like the ultimate carry of the game.
Absolutely.
She would get ruptured and she would just stand there and hit them all, and they would die.
I mean, that's what Medusas love doing anyway. They literally just love standing in the middle and just say, come at me, bros. And it was pretty tough. As you can see, pretty much all these fights, she is ruptured during the beginning of most of these